Oh, that glitched out very nicely. Hello. Classic. Classic me trying to run OBS and everything just glitching out. Hello, family, friends, fans, and fellow adventurers. Welcome back to Practical Heroes. We're live, and of course there's minor technical issues every time we go live. It's just our way. It just didn't want to work right for me this time. Yes, hello, welcome. I don't think I changed the overlay to not be saying Crisis on Eros 3, did I? No. I'm real smart, but I made it editable in OBS, didn't I? And then I locked it, so it's uneditable. Excellent.
We'll get
It's
there.
going well. Let's give this
I
a
believe in
quick
you,
edit.
Mitch.
It's not letting me edit. Welcome to Practical Heroes, where it's all the technical difficulties all the time. The Sunken Temple. There we go. Oh, for God's sake. I accidentally capitalized the U. It's just going so well. What a way to kick off 2022, right? There we go. Cool. Excellent. Let's try that again and pick up. Hello, family, friends, and fellow adventurers. Welcome back to Practical Heroes. We're live, and you saw none of that. While I dig through my massive dice bag trying to pick out dice that I'm trying to use, which is why I'm so distracted while I'm talking. Hello, yes, this is sort of not Immortals, but kind of maybe is. Who knows? We don't. We're just playing some D&D to bring in the new year because it's fun. So deal with it. I'm gonna stop digging for dice and actually give you some information, because that would be nice for you guys who have been dragged into this one shot with pretty much nothing. Oh, apparently the music is a bit loud, which is interesting.
I don't hear it.
It's also because I was actually coming through very quiet. I've turned my mic up, so hopefully that'll be a bit better. And the music is still on my limitus. The music shouldn't be too quiet, and I will turn up the music for us, because I had turned it down because of the... Ah, God, all the technical stuff. Okay, let's play some D&D.
Ready.
Cool. Happy New Year. So, I'm not going to use my recap music because there's no recap. What I will do, however, is use... That's very loud.
It's
Is
twangy.
use
I like it.
my
My people.
ship / any form of ship travel music, because you are, for whatever reason, on a ship currently sailing the Aegean Sea, which is all of this water around here. It is the sea which surrounds the continent of Azith, funnily enough, and it borders, as do all of them, the crossing point right here where everything just drops off into nothingness because the world is breaking, because the gods are fighting. But that's not important, because you're just having a good old fun time, sailing around, having some fun as some friends, because it's fun to have fun with friends. And yeah, currently you are on your ship. You've been sailing for whatever arbitrary period of time you decide we've been sailing for. And it's more or less another normal day. Excuse me, I'm just burping all over the place. Oh, I always eat right before we do stuff, and it never works. You have been sailing for quite some time. You are here, just another normal day, blue sky above you, somewhat cloudless sky, the occasional white wisp, but not too much as cloudy skies go, and the lovely deep blue waves of the Aegean Sea are crashing along the boat as it rocks pretty heavily on the waves. First things first, why don't we decide where you guys are on the ship, what you're currently doing, and here's some descriptions of who you are. So I'm just going to go clockwise from myself as how I see it on Zoom, which should be the same as OBS. So, Lawrence, why don't you go
Yeah,
first?
hi guys. My name's Lawrence, and I am playing Semirel, who is about 6'8", 250 pounds, big, very broad guy, very much a cliche paladin, looking forward to finding out adventures and trying to recover lost artifacts from his god Kahir. I imagine that his duties on the ship will involve praying.
Has volatile reaction just started?
Just
Oh, it's because I
pray.
accidentally did the fight music, not the ambience music. That's why. Continue. I was like, that's
just lull it.
intense.
It's fine. It's just lulling us into a false sense of security.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd be doing all the manual tasks, the heavy lifting, raising the sails, and fixing down battens and other nautical terms.
Of course. All the nautical terms. Cool. Lindsay.
All right. I am Lindsay, as has been established. I'm playing Spanner, who is a little petite Firbolg. She's a whopping 6'5", little bitty
Which-
thing.
Actually is quite small for a Firbolg, no?
Mhm. Yeah, she's a very petite little Firbolg. She's got burgundy hair. It's all curly. She keeps most of it up in a bun, and in that hair is all manner of little tools, nails, spikes, needles, doodads, baubles, you name it, it's there.
Nice.
And she has glasses. And if you stand near her long enough, you'll probably hear some faint ticking. It's constant. And right now, she is probably... honestly, it's what she does. She's tinkering with something. Probably something the captain has asked her not to several times, but she can make it better if he'll
Of
just
course.
leave her alone long enough to do it.
Nice. And last but not least, Jord.
You'll find Thorol, that's who I'm playing, our president. He will probably be back somewhere dynamic. Probably currently not huge. Is that airship or water? It's a water ship, right?
It would be a water ship, but also, just real quick, are you able to turn your mic up a little bit? Because you're coming through a little
Yeah.
quiet for me.
Yeah, me too.
Nice. Just trying to keep the stream people happy if we can.
Any better?
I don't know, you stopped speaking as I started listening.
Is that better right there?
I think it's a
Awesome.
little better. It's a
Little.
tiny bit
I'm
higher.
also moving a little bit closer to my mic. So
Nice.
anyway, so he would be below deck, probably definitely sleeping, not really used to water ships. Airships totally fine. But that's what he's doing currently.
Cool.
And he is about almost a 7 foot tall minotaur, very stocky build, primarily all black white all over and has two just what appear to be kind of normal looking mentor horns. They are a little twisted a little bit, but all intents and purposes, it looks pretty normal.
What a great way to hint that there's nothing wrong with your character. For all intents and purposes, he looks pretty normal.
Yep.
Every D&D character, for all intents and purposes, he looks normal, but, you know, he's out adventuring, so he's definitely not normal.
Yeah.
Cool. As I continue digging through Bailey's dice bag of hoarding, not sponsored, but big enough to swallow all of my... I thought I had a lot of dice, and I barely even scratched the surface of this bag. It's terrifying. But anyway, cool. So yeah, as you guys are then... So, did you say Thorgol was on a hammock probably below decks then, I would imagine?
Yeah, definitely try not to
Okay.
throw up or make like sleep off whatever debauchery we got into the night before.
Cool. In that case then, I imagine it's entirely likely that Semirel is entirely possibly the only person paying some modicum of attention to what's going on surrounding the ship. Spanner's too busy tinkering. Thorgol's too busy trying not to puke.
Should there be an occasional shout as in case Spanner accidentally trips over a loose rope or something?
Yeah,
So,
if she's not told to be watching, she's not watching.
nice. In that case, Semirel, can you give me a very quick perception check? Which I'm sure you're wonderful at.
Oh, no, not so much today. Perhaps it's all the motion in the ocean. That's a 9.
It's a 9. I guess I'll do a little roll to see if you actually see anything then.
Her passive is 15, though, if that helps.
Possibly. Would Spanner be above decks around Semirel or
Yeah.
anything, or just...
I would imagine so. She is gonna be generally within 30 feet of Sim at all times. For reasons.
Okay. In that case, can you give me a perception check as well then, Spanner? Why not? Also, apologies for the slight lag. I'm just reloading above VTT because Thorgol wasn't showing up properly for me. So
How does a 17 feel?
17 feels pretty good.
Okay.
We will say.
I need to change my dice.
We shall say you're just kind of wandering around the deck, doing your tinkering as you do, peeking up every now and again to make sure Semirel's still within eye shot and earshot. And probably around one of the times you get the shout to keep your head up so you don't trip over something. You do look up and happen to see just off, we'll say, starboard, you can see what seems to be a smallish rowboat just drifting on the waves.
Okay. She'll squint, and it probably takes just a minute to stop thinking about the logistics of a rowboat and taking into consideration that there could be life on said rowboat. And we'll then flag down Semirel. Sim, there is a boat. There is a boat. It is out there. Look, over there.
Spanner,
She's
where
like
is
pointing. Over there.
it? It sort of just blocks the sun from his eyes. Ah, yes. Give me, my eyes are not yet adjusted to the blue. Is there someone on it.
What?
As you are both kind of squinting and looking, it does appear like there is a somewhat possibly passed out person floating on this rowboat.
All signs indicate yes.
Well, we must save them. They perhaps they are stranded. Will you? I have seen you work the ropes. You are good with these knots. If you tie this end of this rope, and he just sort of fetches out just a big, thick rope and hands it over to Spanner. tie this, fix this to the boat, and I shall make my way over and I shall retrieve the boat.
All right, she'll start doing that.
Okay.
Just,
How exactly are you making your way over to retrieve the boat? Are you just diving
sounds
in?
like he's diving.
Yeah.
Well,
Like, this dude in heavy armor, he's just gonna sink.
he is.
Captain. Captain, we should maybe tell.
There is a
Wait,
captain, yes.
You are correct, Spanner. We should inform them immediately.
As he's climbing up over the... Yeah, we should probably tell the captain.
Yeah, let's do that. Seems like a really good idea. That seems like the sort of thing we should be doing. Yes.
Yes, you should do that. Yes, you should.
Yes, you are quite right. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Climbs down from
good.
the railing.
Fine. Okay, I got this. Someone will go and try and locate the captain.
Yeah, easily
And,
found. It's you know, him up on the main deck, over by the wheel, giving it a nice little, you know, keeping the ship steady, doing a bit of steering for the day. He kind of regards you as you come up, this big kind of burly half-orc, very like classical half-orc sailor, the kind of open-ish chest, white shirt kind of held loosely together with some string, the kind of red sash on his waist. Very, very proper tricorn captain's hat that's very weather-beaten, salty, always just slightly damp from the spray. He's got kind of like the salt and pepper, long black hair tied back into a ponytail. One kind of like nice dark green eye that's almost the same tone as his skin, if his half-orc skin wasn't more of like a kind of khaki from being in the sun a lot. But he's got kind of the one green eye and the other one just completely blind with this long scar down it from an old shipboarding gone wrong back in his pirate days. And he just kind of regards you as you make your way up the stairs towards him. Morning!
Would Semerel know the captain's name, or just simply
You
refer to him as
would,
captain?
absolutely
Yeah.
know the
I'm sure
captain's
whatever
name.
it is,
And
there's some formality. You know, there's due process. Let's refer to him as captain. Is his title? We'll go with that. That's probably sensible.
the captain's name is Captain.
Love it.
The issue
Captain,
is, there can be no captain names because no name will ever beat Captain Coy LaCroix.
Captain, and he'll sort of half turn and point out to where the rowboat is. There is a small rowboat out on the water. There seems to be some person on there. Can we let it? We should stop and we should aid them. They might require our help.
Just kind of takes a deep breath in, looks over the side, kind of squints with the one good eye. Just,
We're all squinting.
oh yeah.
Just lots of squinting.
Alright. And Thorgol, even from below decks, you hear the shout of, "All deck hands! Starboard! Get our rowboat!"
Hearing that, he'd probably like kind of jut awake and almost fall out of the hammock. And then begin
And
to
you
wake
hear
up
a
and
lot of
start
people
talking.
doing the same as they're all rolling up. All staggering upstairs. All the deckhands that were already on deck are starting to throw more rope towards where they could see Spanner just still stood there holding the rope that you gave her.
Very much so. She might eventually remember to check her hair for like a spyglass or something, but for right now, holding that rope.
Nice. And yeah, there are people just kind of making ready on the railings. There's you see a couple of them starting to ready grappling hooks and waiting for this rowboat to kind of turn about so they can start chucking some hooks into it and reeling it in. And Semirel, one is handed over to you. Thorgol, as you're coming up onto deck, another one's handed over to you as you're both big old boys. If you'd like to maybe make a grappling hook check, I will say you can make either a strength or dexterity check, your choice. I know there's much better rules for it in that pirate campaign compendium guide thing. I just haven't read it enough to remember.
It's a big book.
It's a very big book, and it's amazing.
It is.
Zemra will sort of turn to Thorgol and give a very unusual for Semirel, because he's not used to people being taller than him. And he will give us ever so slight look up, and he'll give him a nod and gesture out over towards the rowboat. Please, after you. Just takes a half step back and just slight smile on his face.
Nice.
It's too early for this. Hammer. What kind of is it? Just an athletics check?
So either strength or dexterity, your choice.
Okay, we'll just do strength. Not bad. You
Yeah.
watch this Thorgol kind of rolls his shoulders a little bit, does a little morning calisthenics really quickly, and then
As you see some of the other deck hands are kind of twirling them and just wait for it to come about, and Thorgol still yawning, just kind of one-handed. Catches onto the stern, and starts to pull the rowboat about so that people can start hooking their grappling hooks into it.
Before Semirel goes, can who am I? Spanner. Do some like quick calculations for him, like get the air, which way the wind is blowing,
Sure.
the velocity, the stuff. She all the
Sure.
you know the meme, all the math.
Oh yeah.
just to help him.
Thank you, Spanner. Yes, Semirel sort of goes
No,
sort of nodding
2 steps
along.
this way, yes, and then turn shoulders just a little this way.
Semirel just takes a bit, he nods his and smiles, thanks. Thank you, Spanner, and just sort of looks down at his feet and then goes, nah, it's fine. And he goes to he goes and yeets the grappling hook.
Give it a good old yeet. Wow, it's a very good old yeet.
For 25.
As Semirel's like, nah, my feet are okay, and as you're about to throw it, Spanner nudges your foot where she told you to put it, and it just perfectly sails through the air. All the other deckhands just, whoa, is it? Perfectly grabs hold of the side of it to keep the rowboat steady as everyone's pulling, and everyone just, nice. The other hooks come in, and everyone just, heave! And after a minute or so, the rowboat is gradually pulled over to the ship, and people are starting to be lowered down to check if there's just the one person on board. Are any of you guys going with, or are you just going to stay and let the deckhands grab whoever it is and airlift them back up?
I imagine Thorgol would have been over the side.
Right. So there's like 4 people anchored to Thorgol's rope to lower him down.
Spanner stays put.
Nice.
She doesn't do healing and medicine, so there is absolutely
Yeah.
no reason for her to go down there.
This guy looks pretty shaken up, pretty unconscious. Scrapes, cuts, it looks like he had it pretty rough before. From the looks of, I mean, I'll give this kind of for free, as there's a lot of people on board kind of helping out and taking the time to look. from the looks of kind of one of the sides of the boats, he had been through a lot of stuff before he managed to kind of scrabble his way over to this rowboat and struggle his way on board. As you can see, there's like where the oars kind of slot into whatever those things that hold the oars in place are actually called. You can see like the sleeve of his shirt had come torn loose, and you can see where it's been torn off from his shirt, and he's just got the bare arm. Clearly some sort of struggle to get onto this rowboat. As he's there unconscious, you can see breathing, but definitely passed out, probably from either whatever was hurting him or lack of water and food. You can see like cracked and blistered lips. This guy looks probably about 25-ish, fairly young, or kind of middle-aged deckhand, I suppose, because pirates probably didn't last too long. Or sailors in general. Missing a couple of teeth, kind of short, cropped blonde hair, very square face, a little bit of stubble. Eyes are closed, so you can't tell what colour the eyes are, but he looks to be about 5'7", pretty scrawny, definitely a deckhand rather than significant person.
Thorgal, once he gets on the boat and seeing all this, he'll lightly nudge him with his foot just to see if he how unwell he is. If he doesn't wake up with a nudge of the foot, Thorgal would probably see about using lay on hands. So
Yeah.
Does he wake up?
So,
Okay, question.
answer.
Is it a foot or is it a hoof?
Sorry.
Okay.
It's
This is
a
important.
foof.
It is.
My immersion.
It's a hoof.
Also, Geordie, are you able to possibly bring up the mic a tiny bit more? Just because I have seen again, it's still a little hard to hear you. I can always turn down the music a little more.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to turn up the volume for it, so.
I will drop the music then, and hope that it doesn't stop being hearable.
I can still hear it if that's worth anything.
Oh wow! We've got a lot going on in the chat. We've got some gift subs happening.
Yeah.
We've got a first-time chat from a bot telling us to buy followers, primes, and viewers over at that spam link. Go and do it and get all the viruses, guys!
Don't do it. Don't listen to it. Don't get viruses. But
Bots are how you know you've made it.
yeah, Thorgal.
I've dropped the music a fair bit. That should be
Thorgal
okay.
will lightly tap.
Yeah.
His
So as you kind of
you
hoof
awake?
him, there is a slight as you nudge him, but he doesn't really seem to be super responsive.
All right, don't. It won't hurt. Or I don't think
And you
you
hear-
shouldn't.
As well, the deckhands that are kind of there with you, calling up to the ship, "Water skin!" And like the call echoes across the deck for someone nearby to grab one and throw it down.
On Thorgal's chest, you see what's the holy symbol of Shauron look like for you in this world?
for Charon is
Charon,
a blazing
yeah.
rose. So like it's a
You
rose,
see
but
a-
the petals are on fire.
You see a blazing rose, and Thorgal will kind of hold his hand on it a little bit and drag it across. And as he does, his hand kind of gets cut just a little bit, and just a few drops of blood squeeze out and kind of flow over to this passed out deckmate. As they flow over, though, they kind of begin to crackle with fire as the holy symbol on Thorgal's chest kind of glows a little bit. And I'll use lay on hands for just 2 points of HP.
Cool. Nice. There is a slight flutter to the eyelids and a water as
It's
the
coming
water
right
skin lands on the boat.
I'll grab it and hand it to him. Here you go. Drink slowly. Don't drink too fast.
He kind of like starts like struggling to reach over to it, and one of the other deckhands just walks over, uncorks it, holds his head, and just starts slowly trickling a little bit of water in so he can Thank you. And after a little while, when he looks okay enough to move, one of them just, alright, sit still. We're getting you up on deck. Pull, lads! And he just, like, hoists him up between him and one or two of the others, and they just start getting lifted back up onto the deck of the ship, and Thorgol just slowly... as the guy on deck... And you make your way back onto the deck of the ship, where he's now kind of sat up, propped against a barrel, and just... Thank you. And is now able to just drink from the water skin himself, as you are all now able to head over on the deck of the ship and speak to him should you so choose.
Summerall just leans over to Spanner and just ever so quietly, holds for a moment, just so that there's a little distance between them and everybody else. He leans over, and that thing with the blood was most unsanitary. I'm sure that did him more harm than good.
It is. You can fix it. It is okay.
Yes.
She'll just pat him on his armored shoulder slash back
It's set
right
on
there.
fire on the way, it cauterized, it's all good.
Yes.
It's sanitary.
I like to think.
Not cauterized, that's the wrong
definitely
word.
seen Thor will do something like this multiple different times.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it's always just still.
Every time it's still, it's cutting him.
Cauterized
Wait,
is
do you
not
think?
the word I'm looking for, but I can't think of the word I'm looking for. Disinfected is not the word I was
There you
looking
go.
for, but it's close enough.
Well, Spanner can just brew some disinfectant if
Yes.
that is required. She probably does. She, you know what? Yeah, she'll like reach into her satchel and just like palm a little vial of disinfectant to
It's just bleach.
to Sam.
It's just straight bleach.
No, she has an intelligence.
No, I know,
of, like 18. It's good shit.
Yeah.
Horse dewormer.
It's good.
It's
So good.
it's not Mura who's like, yeah, no, I've got disinfectant here. It's bleach.
Yeah, no.
Cool.
Yeah, my girl can do two things. She can think, and she can concentrate.
Nice.
That's it.
And
So,
you
Yeah.
head over to this sailor who's definitely getting his bearing and looking a little bit better as people are starting to bring definitely the crappier end of the food, but some food nonetheless to kind of give him something to eat and drink.
Summerall's gonna sort of wade through with all the smaller people. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. And he's gonna just place his shield just kind of half in front of himself so that he's got some element of protection, and he's just gonna loom over the castaway. You,
Aye.
what is your purpose? What brings you here? Why are you on that boat?
Takes another drink and just
Yeah. Summerall hands over his own, just like watching him like a hawk.
Thank you. Well, me and the others, we were on our boat. We were doing some sailing around these waters. We were pretty prevalent sailor around here. We travel the seas around near Sleeping Gardens. We passed over through near Sigmar's Cove, and we dodged those rocks near there, and we're ready. We know there's rocks near there, and we know to avoid those rocks. And we were sailing, and right out of bloody nowhere, these more rocks seem to come out of the water, out of nowhere, and just hit the boat. Next thing I know, Captain, God rest him, overboard. Deckhand, God rest him, overboard. Quartermaster, God rest him, overboard. And now, next thing I know, half the ship, God rest a lot of them, all overboard and drowning. I got thrown overboard myself.
Overboard and what? I didn't catch that.
Our ship.
I know. They went over the side of the ship. And what happened to them if they went over the side of the ship?
Dashed on the rocks. This huge, great bloody temple came out of the water, it did.
insight check. Semirel's just going to
Go for
raise an eyebrow and just.
Thurble will kind of slightly lean towards Spanner and just say, "I've never heard of a temple coming out of the water.
It is not logical.
I think maybe the sun got to his head. I think
It is possible. That is, yes.
With a 22, he
With
doesn't
22.
exactly look in any condition to be lying right now. You can see from his face is just pure shock and awe of like, wait, I've woken up and I'm not back on my ship, so it wasn't all a dream. That definitely did happen.
Semirel will sort of just pause just for a moment for dramatic effect and just drop the shield ever so slightly and stand forward and offer out his hand. You are safe for now. As long as you mean us and bear us no harm, you will be safe.
Well, when I went
Just sort of
overboard, I
yeets him up.
dropped my cutlass into the water, didn't I? So I ain't got no weapons on me anyway.
That is one less thing for us to make sure of during
I
your
mean,
stay. It is fine.
I certainly looked for it to make sure none of them sea beasties got us. There were two of us in the rowboat at one point. I was looking for the weapons, and I made my way onto the boat. I was looking for my cutlass. My mate who also made it onto the boat, he said no luck finding those weapons. And I said it's just the one weapon actually, but I still couldn't find it.
the entire time the castaway is like talking.
Sank to the bottom of the ocean, I think.
Is turning his ear, trying really hard to catch every single word, but just can't make out some of the stuff he's saying.
You're right, that's Lawrence.
Spanner is enjoying the level of detail and appreciates the full scope of what is being provided.
But believe me, I'm not here to be in a business of lying to you because, quite right at the moment right now, like, I'm not really in no position to be lying, am I? If I were lying to you or I was trying to kill you, you could kill me right now. None of them shipmates around.
Would be shockingly easy.
As far as I'm aware, the rest of my ship, right at the bottom of the ocean right now, so, that's what our plan was supposed to be. We were divers, we are. We head around, we look for the old sunken treasure. We heard there was a nice, sunken temple nearby, so we went looking, and as we found where a sunken temple was supposed to be, rocks, temple, roof, straight out of the bloody water right up through our ship.
You said sea beasts?
Aye. Like Nessie. The Kraken.
Are you feeling alright? Like, you're not seeing things, are you? Like, I'm worried about your mental.
Never better. Well, I say never better. Probably a bit of sunstroke. Yeah, but no. There definitely be sea beasties around now. How long you been on the waters if you haven't seen any sea beasties?
Oh no, we have. I was just checking what kind. If it was small kind that we need to fight, if it was big kind that we can just...
Probably every kind, I
around.
reckon. We had all sorts around here, the Sehuagin. We had some Kraken round. We've had some of them Locathar, but they're pretty nice folk. We had a little run-in with one of them dragon turtles, but we threw in one of the crewmates and he left happy as Larry. Not Larry, though. Larry weren't happy, were he?
Do we currently have...
Larry was the one we fed to the beastie that were.
Hey, got it, yes. It's very
Do
smart.
we currently have a deckhand in the crow's nest at all? Or are they all kind of down?
No, yeah, there's always someone in the crow's nest. The captain, you can see, is, at this point, having heard some of this drift across, has made his way over and is like, what is happening on my ship right now?
Captain, maybe our mate there in the crow's nest could take a look at the horizon and see if we see this temple or thing that's sunk.
I reckon it wouldn't be that hard to spot. It was just over that way.
I'll look in the direction he points.
Yeah, you can't really see anything right now, but he's just pointing kind of northwest, maybe, as you kind of look back up, look at the sun position, probably northwest. And the call is relayed up to the deckhand to have a look. Or the lookout, I should call him. And after a minute or two with his little spyglass, you do hear the shout of "Captain! Land sighted!" You see, told ya. Huge great piece of bloody land it were. It came right out of the ocean, out of nowhere. Rose up like me on a Monday morning, if you know what I mean.
I don't.
Oh,
And just-
goodness.
Snorts out some salt water onto the deck.
It's quite gross. Do you need a tissue?
No, I'm good, thanks. I think that really lasted it.
Perhaps we should get you into some shade.
I reckon that might be good.
Let's
Probably a pint
get you out
too.
of the sunlight.
You have to work to drink on this ship, I think.
Alright.
That's the rules.
Easy done. No harm. I'm one of them rope wranglers I am, so any knots you need tying, I'm your man. That's how I survived, lashed myself to the boat, didn't I? And you can see, like, where the sleeve is torn off, you can see this ridiculous rope burn from, like, rope was very clearly very tightly tied to his arm and has just been torn off.
Perhaps, if you will allow, you will allow me to tend to your wounds. We do not want any infection, in spite of the salt in the water. There are, God knows what else in here.
No harm, no foul, alright, how about it? Holds out his arm.
Yeah, let's. Someone escorts him just politely. Come this way, out of the sun. Let's get you
Ta-ra.
in the shade. Sit down. Yes, there we are. And yeah, they'll have a look. They'll see how badly degloved the arm is.
It's pretty bad. Like it's for the most part mostly seems to be rope burn. A lot of it seems to have healed fairly quickly, not amazingly well, but a lot of salt and salt water has clearly got into it and helped disinfect it and help it heal a fair bit. But like you say, only the gods know what else is in that sea. There's krakens peeing in that sea.
If
All
you-
manner of parasite.
Yeah. If you will allow me, and he puts his large hand and he sort of just hovers it over the worst of the wounds, and there's a bright white light emanating from under his hands. Just this should ease your pain somewhat.
Stings like a right bitch, that does though. Ugh.
And it will. I can make it hurt a lot worse if you continue to use language like that.
More. So kind of shout in the background.
5 points from Semirel's lay on hands.
Nice. As it heals pretty nicely. It's still not amazing. It's enough to kind of like heal the wound and let the rest kind of do its work without danger of infection. It's more now that like couple of skin layers deep as opposed to
As-
massive lashes on his arm.
As it finishes kind of healing, Thorvald will take a couple steps to be behind Sam. How do you say your character's name again, Lawrence?
Semirel.
Samarel, okay. Takes a few steps to be sitting behind Samarel, and he just kind of goes, I started the healing process for you. It's on this little dinghy. Just so you know. Just that's all. Good job.
And
Good job,
what-
right hands.
Wonderful work you did, I'm sure.
Spanner will start pulling a ruler out of her hair, just in case the guys need it again.
Nice.
No, I have the numbers from the last time.
Marked on the
In
ruler.
fact, that's probably what Thorvald was sleeping off, was losing a bet to Samarel last night about something to do with magic, probably.
Nice. Cool.
Should we probably head that? I mean, I'm curious to see what's over there myself personally, but I'm also kind of known to charge headfirst into things sometimes. So
Well, Sam, it is temple, yes, and you look for things, so maybe this has thing for you.
I can only hope so.
Right you are, it was supposed to be a temple of Cauthus. It was supposed to have treasure sunken below the waters.
There you go.
yes,
See?
We were going diving for that treasure, and that apparently huge bloody temple straight out the water. Never seen anything quite like it.
Are you having a stroke right now? I can't tell.
No, what are you saying?
I'm asking if you're having a stroke. What are you saying?
I'm saying I can't understand your accent. Where are you from, Faltis?
Not originally, but yes.
Yeah, nice.
Okay.
Good. Yes, perhaps yes. Let us venture towards this temple. I fear it may well have been corrupted if it has been reclaimed by the sea, but we must venture there to find out.
Well, beware
Captain.
if you go. All manner of sea beasties might be befouling the waters in the temple. Oh, I'm gonna go lie down.
This is a very good idea, and I support it.
And he just, a hammock for me? Great. Passes out, completely misses the hammock, and poof.
Perfect.
Yeah.
There's like as the hammock that was caught by his arm just kind of spins around on the hooks a little bit.
Samuel's going to go in and just sort of half a gentle chuckle, not at his expense, laughing with him, not at him.
Oh yeah,
And
most of the
go
deckhands
to-
down here are
With him,
doing the
not
same.
him, obviously.
Yeah. If there's any whiff that anybody's laughing at him, Samuel's just going to glare at them.
Thorvald's
Just-
definitely laughing at him.
Honestly, it's probably a common enough occurrence aboard this ship that no one's really laughing at anyone for it anymore. It's just more likely to happen when people are drunk rather than
Good.
basically dead.
Yeah, he's near death. Ha 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 ha. He's gonna scoop him up and gently place him in the hammock.
It's definitely the laughs that are happening are more of a I've done that, but I've been drunk, so
Yeah.
Samaral, as you finish putting him in the hammock, you just kind of hear Thorvald chuckle under his breath, go, "Oh, they're going to tuck him in too. How sweet." Totally friendly, jesting.
one of the other
You're used to.
deckhands just kind of puts a mostly finished bottle of rum down on the side next to the hammock for when he wakes up.
Yeah.
So
It's all
nice,
got luck.
everyone here. Hearts of
It's all got
gold
luck.
everywhere.
I didn't want.
I mean,
to,
it's basically
no.
finished, and it's not the best. It's been watered down a few times. It's like, yeah, I could take it or leave it. He needs it more than I do. And then we stop him.
Okay,
It's just
Phil,
more
so-
sporting when he's awake and he can complain.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. No, Thorgol, I didn't want to take that delight from you. I know how much you enjoy it, and just sort of give it just a very quick, just a little wink and a smile, shall we? And it's gonna start heading up back to whatever he was doing, whatever he needs to do on board the ship to help get things moving.
Nice.
Thorvald would probably be helping the deckhands heave some ropes and tie
Oh,
them
yeah.
off. And
They hoist the jig and they do whatever it is you do to a mainsail.
Yeah, topsails and
the
all.
question is, what do they do to a drunk?
Haul it in, lads. Something Assassin's Creed 4.
Yeah.
Video games!
Honestly, if it wasn't copyright, I would be playing the Assassin's Creed 4 versions of the sea shanties right now. Because they're awesome, and it's the best part of the game. Anyway, the course is set, the boat is turned, and you make your way towards where land had been sighted. So, why don't I open up OBS, and I will switch over to the screen with the map. Oh wow,
Ooh.
Jord needs some rearranging.
Yeah, I noticed that you didn't put the right copy in the one shots. He's a level 1 in the one shot, and I don't think
But,
that's
and
what
see,
you
that's
got.
what's weird. I opened up my sheet on above VTT, and it's a copy of the one I made, like right level 9 and all that stuff.
Huh.
I don't know.
Nice.
Like
Give
on
me-
my end, my health is all right on my little token.
30 seconds while I just crop and readjust George's... Oh, I know why George's camera looks weird. It's because last time Lindsay left, so I adjusted someone's
What I
camera. I
do,
can't remember
I
whose
leave.
camera it was. Yes. I can't remember whose camera it was, but I adjusted one of the cameras on the bottom so it would fill up the whole bottom screen. And that then carried over to Jord Cam. There we go. Right, so obviously right now on the map it's technically assuming that you guys had landed, so we don't have to pretend you've landed yet, but just so that the viewers can see this map of this little island temple in most of its glory, also including the hidden monster tokens that the players can't see because you have to be seeing the DM's view, so don't ruin things for the players, guys.
Blink twice if it's an ogre.
I would never throw an ogre at you, just a customized giant that nearly killed Yuri. That was good fun.
It was the
But yeah.
Mirage Hydra revenge for the ogre. Is that what it was? That's what it was.
The Mirage Hydra's this week's episode, I think, actually coming up soon. But yes. Anyway, as you guys are making your way across the waves, you see, for a start, a lot of debris and detritus floating in the water.
Detritus.
There's
There's
a place covered in cheese.
yes. There's what seems to be a ruined ship or two floating nearby. It looks like possibly one or two other ships might have crashed after possibly the one that you were just told about. You can see various floating things that might have been from inside. If this was beneath the waves, maybe it all kind of flowed out as water hopefully drained. And yeah, there are also warnings for people who aren't fans of them. There are some shadows of sharks in the depths and some little fishies.
Yes, I have already adjusted my map so I don't have to look at them.
Yes, I forgot to pre-send you a message. I apologize. I got distracted trying to make sense of that table in Xanathar's guide. I don't know what it is, it just doesn't agree with me. Anyway, you can see this kind of small cluster of jagged rocks rising from the sea. You can see the waves breaking against these jagged stones, slick with sea slime. I like, for whatever reason, phrases like that where I know I'll trip over them if I'm not careful. Slick with sea slime. We nearly had a slee slime. And as you draw closer, above a sheer cliff rises the coral-encrusted pillars of what seems to be a fairly ruined temple. And as you're kind of drawing alongside this island, you can see there's just all manner of like rock pools where water's kind of collected, as it definitely seems to have risen out of the depths. There's seashells on it, there's coral, there's scales from random sea monsters and fish and oysters, sure. There's seaweed everywhere clinging down the side of that cliff face. And you can see there is kind of one area that you might be able to navigate some sort of small boat through the rocks to reach the front of this small island, should you so desire. You could always say no and we'll just end the one shot here.
Yeah, I'm good. You guys good?
We're,
Good?
yeah, totally good. Great playing with you guys so much.
Cool.
I'll see you guys next week.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the most part, you can just kind of see this island with a sheer, I mean, cliff, for lack of a better word. It is a fairly high rise, but it's by no means this like towering mountain. It's just cliff in terms of it's super steep, you probably can't climb it, and the roof is like poking over the top of it and you can see pillars and stuff. I'm good at describe. Pillars and stuff.
Mhm.
Things and stuff and stuff and things.
Very pillory.
Yes.
But, Thorgold, Samuel just kind of doesn't look directly at the Minotaur, but kind of it's keeping it hurts his neck to look up that far. It's fine. It's going to look over at the temple and the rocks and the seaweed and the coral and the barnacles and the things, and that is no temple of Kahir. I do not recognize it. Do you?
Does Sorgal recognize it at all? Any
Make a religion check. Or a history check. That'll work too. There was also a mention from the castaway.
Yes.
But I assume
7.
Spanner is waiting for the two guys to start bleeding from the nose, trying to figure these things out before Spanner reminds them that someone did tell them the information they're trying so hard to think of.
Yeah.
As you're like, really hard to identify a temple from just like the tip of a pillar and some seaweed all over it. Spanner, you're like, literally an hour ago someone told us who this temple was to, and it was Kalthus, who...
Yeah.
I mean, no real religion checks necessarily needed to know, especially with the Divine Council, they're very, very common knowledge. Kalthus is Master of the Seas, Lord of the Waves, God of the Seas.
It's the Ocean Daddy Temple.
Yes, he is Ocean Man, and he will take you by the hand.
Oh, I thought,
If you ask
I
nicely.
thought it was a lady.
No, Kalthus is a dude. Thank you very much.
Well, you said in your little blurb, goddesses.
Did I?
You
I
did.
forgot to change the word. That's my
They
bad,
can do what they like.
Lindsay.
I was looking at the stuff you gave us.
It's your fault that I forgot
Well,
to
you know
change
what?
the word.
It's a god, so like this
That's
gender.
also
I
true.
mean, is it really like
Gods don't have a gender.
That's very, very true.
whatever they feel like at the moment?
Yeah.
That
Generally,
day,
Kalthus
Kalthus was a
appears as
lady.
like
No.
big armored man with trident because he's basically Poseidon. But, you know, sometimes he might want to be something different. Why not?
Sometimes he feels pretty.
Yeah.
It's fine.
And sometimes he's a seahorse.
Yeah, I mean, if Zeus can be a goose,
Exactly.
who's to say?
Zeus the goose.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's tangents aside.
But seriously,
As Spanner's kind of updating Dum Dum Thorgal about like this is what it is, he'll look at both of the rest of the group and go, "Oh, I mean, not a lot of good we're doing down here, only up and forward, I think." And he'll say,
I was waiting to see how long it would take for either of you to remember that we were told the information earlier. Just seeing if you'd notice. No. Yeah, well then you failed.
Oh.
I'm not good at
you
thinking
need me
this.
to remind you?
Yes. Just like a slightly scalded toddler. Yes. Sorry, Mum.
Yes, please.
Yes. Let's. Yes.
Yes, please, person who hasn't been punched in the face so many times their brain no longer works. Tell us how to remember things.
Yes.
Yes, she does.
Yes.
Tells you all about Kalthus and the sea god, and sometimes, most of the time, he's a boy. Sometimes he's a girl. Sometimes he's neither. Sometimes he's a seahorse, which can be a boy or a girl. Sometimes seahorse daddies carry the babies around.
Yes.
She gives you way more information. Like, she keeps going until Sam tells her that's good.
It's just like the signal was like, we're good. That's
Oh,
fine. Well
okay,
done.
that is
Well
okay.
done.
You're a good now. You have everything you need.
I
Thank
feel
you,
like
Spanner.
Thorgal would take a copper piece out of his pocket and just kind of like palm it to Samael. Like this is an ongoing bet that just is constantly with like how long does Spanner, like what info do we always get like additionally anytime we ask Spanner a question.
Nice.
Joke's on you. He's now one copper piece richer. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we decided they'd been traveling together for a few years, so Sim might have a couple heads up on you there.
But yeah, eventually the ship has now lowered down a small arcano-mechanical, not quite speedboat, but not quite has to be manually rowed unless you want it to. Just a nice kind of combo of the oars will row themselves at a decent pace.
Well, see, it could be a speedboat, but the captain
won't let you tinker
Spanner-
with it because the last 3
Yeah.
blew up.
Trial and error.
She was so close on that last attempt.
It really was. It went so fast.
It was so majestic as it soared through the air before exploding.
I need to wait down the front, is all.
Exactly.
If it had crew in it, it would have been fine.
Fortunately, the crash test kobold survived.
Poor
But yeah,
Sprocket.
the boat is ready to go for anyone who wishes to investigate this temple, of which 90% of the crew just immediately looks at you three.
Well, don't worry, we'll do all the heavy work. It's okay, we're used to it.
All right, and they all go back to work.
We go.
Cool.
Samuel will put away, sheath his morning star and just upturn his hands and just offer her just a quick muttered prayer up to Gahir before just sort of replacing his shield and ensuring a good firm grip and grabbing his morning star and giving Spanner a nod saying, "You'll be fine, I've got your back."
I know.
Goggle, you're on your own. Spanner, it's fine. It's fine.
Thorgal will take a moment just to kind of make sure these kind of not garish looking but strange looking gauntlets are tight on his arms. Make sure he's got his axe on his side. Well, once more into the unknown, shall we?
And Spanner checks all her gear too. It only takes a second. She has a very systematic check system.
Oh yeah.
And she's been doing it like while the prayers and stuff go on. She's like,
Yes.
check. Yes. Okay. Has her shield ready. Her infusions are on. She's good.
Nice. So, you make your way over to this small island as it seems to have formed up from the ocean floor, almost. And you disembark onto the shore. You can see a number of feet ahead of you this kind of semi-ruined staircase leading up into an opening in the cliff face that's quite clearly the entrance to the temple from the looks of it. You can see now as you're closer, kind of carved above that opening on the cliff face, is the holy symbol of Kalthus, which is effectively just a number of crashing waves crashing into each other and then one big main wave. Kind of carved above this doorway with a nice little circle around it. And what would presumably have been braziers that would have been lit at one point when this potentially was above water originally are just there with seaweed, starfish, God knows what else just hanging out of them. This little yellow sponge that's just annoying a vague squid-shaped thing.
Oh.
Also in the brazier.
Any other character would care, but not this one. So.
Thorgal will probably be a couple steps in front of Samarel and Spanner. Obviously, axe in hand just in case something happens, and just kind of approach the opening slowly, just to get closer to it, basically.
Okay.
Oh, I guess Spanner would go ahead and what is this thing called? Getting used to a new class. Okay. So yeah, she'll just go over to the brazier, empty out all the crap in it, and tinker, boom, Eldritch Cannon. And it
Nice.
flips over on its so it's like a little looks like a little crab now, and it scuttles after.
Nice. So, Thorgol, as you make
Yeah.
your way over to this part, as you're approaching the stairs, you can hear this strange kind of fusion of almost like a slithering and scraping noise, like something's being scraped across the rocks.
Thorgal will stop walking, kind of hold up at hand and start looking around, seeing if he sees anything making noise.
Make a perception check. It's me beasties.
A whopping 8. I don't see nothing.
You have no idea where this sound is coming from. It must be the wind.
Must be the. I'll even say that kind of over the shoulder. Must be the sound of the water hitting the rocks.
Which, there is a lot of that as you kind of pause to try and discern where the sound's coming from. It is almost certainly drowned out by the sounds of water crashing against the rocks. That's not how you spell that, as I search for my stats. Cool. So as you're kind of like turning to face the others, Spanner and Semirel, you see kind of sliding around the sides of this cliff face, one on either side, as I lag into oblivion.
We win.
Nice.
Great session again, guys.
Yeah. Well,
You see Shota players, there we go.
Ah,
These two enormous kind of skeletal snake-like creatures curling around the sides of the cliffs with a as these empty bones are scraping across the rocks.
Thorgal says under his breath, "Why does this seem so familiar?"
As Thorgol, you're still facing the others, and then just these shadows drop over you.
I think the wind's behind you.
It's right behind these.
Yes, it is.
And I would like
Very exasperated sigh.
everyone, please, to die. No,
Say the phrase. Say the phrase.
Do it.
roll initiative, please.
Woo!
As I switch to my fight music, that's what I was looking for. That's why I slowed down while I was talking.
Ooh, I do not like those dice. That's a gross sound.
12.
What did I roll? Wait, no, I shouldn't roll. I will just add them both to the combat tracker, which you can open by pressing C, and you guys will automatically be in there from your rolls. Ah, I didn't want to select Thorgol. Why lag? Why? Add to combat tracker. There we go. Cool. And they're rolled in. Excellent. So, up first, probably by now apparently used to things creeping up behind him, Thorgol, you react first.
Cool. Thorgal will. It is. So first, Thorgal will. You watch as he kind of cracks his neck real quick, puts his hand over his holy symbol again, drags it across, and again you see this time a little bit of string of blood again, but it begins to morph and change into like this black shadow that envelops around Thorgal, and as it fades, you watch as all his hair has turned shockingly white, and he has an additional set of horns that look incredibly twisted and demon-like. As a bonus action, I'm going to use Form of Dread. So I will gain 1d10 plus 4 hit points, which I'll roll in a second.
Nice.
Then, let me roll that real quick. Jesus. So 5 points, which, I mean, that's better than nothing. 5.
Cool.
Thorgal will take his hands, slam them together, and as he does, you watch the gauntlets. These runes begin to kind of light up in sequence, and this black ethereal smoke begins to pour out before he vanishes and appears next to one. And I'm going to use the special ability of my gauntlets to vanish and make 3 attacks. I'll do 2. I'll basically back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Very much Shadow of Mordor, just
Yeah.
bouncing backwards and forwards between them.
So is it just a melee weapon attack? Okay, cool. So this is the first time I've got to use these gauntlets.
Tis indeed.
I'll roll all 3 attacks first, just that way. First one is a 13. Second one is a 22. And last one is a 25.
So the first one misses as you appear in front of this giant undead skeleton snake looking thing, and you just swing, and the head, you connect with this skull expecting to crash through, and the axe just bounces off and you're like, well, I'm out. Appear in front of the next one.
So
And that will
it
hit.
says, on these gauntlets, make a melee weapon attack against each target, briefly appearing next. A target takes 2d8 necrotic damage on a hit, half as much on a miss. So I don't roll for like damage with my axe or anything. It's just 2d8.
No, just 2d8.
Right? Okay. Okay, cool. So snakehead number 2.
And they do take half as much on a miss, so you do still damage the first one. I forgot about that.
And is it a different d8 roll for each attack or just a single roll?
Different d8 roll for each, because it's separate attacks.
Okay, so first one will take half of 11.
Yes, I will say that was the left one you attacked first.
Second head takes 11 points. And then back to the first head takes 7 points of necrotic. What you see is just this kind of rapid succession of Thorgal appearing over by one head, vanishing in this black ethereal smoke over to the other one, and then back to the first one. And then he will poof over. You said I attacked the left one first, is what we were going with? Yeah. So after he attacks the left one for the second time, he poofs and disappears once more, reappearing by the right one. And that will end his turn.
Cool. In that case, as you're just kind of puffing between the two of them, this one...
That's just like watching the strangest tennis match ever.
Yeah. It definitely does look like they are playing tennis with him, because the heads keep like dipping as he appears, because he's hitting them. So you just see them kind of dip, and as the head comes back up, he vanishes, appears by the next one, vanishes, appears by the next one. And you're like, are they doing that, or is he doing that? And what is their movement speed? 30 feet. Cool. Perfect. Because I'm not going to use the ruler tool, because I'm too zoomed out for that.
Yes.
This one sliggity slithers over to here. That's not where I wanted to drop you, but that kind of worked because it's a big token anyway. There we go. Either way, he slithers over towards Semirel, who I am just now hoping doesn't have Sentinel.
We'll soon find out.
Well, it slithers over to you and stops in front of you and will... Oh, right, it does all of that stuff. Okay, I forgot about all of that. That's okay. It's just gonna bite you. Munch, munch, munch. Can you tell I've never used Nagas before? 11 to hit.
The miss.
As
Back
it
to the
comes
shield.
bearing down on you. The skull just slowly opens, and you just bring up the shield, and it down onto the shield and rears back. And that's its turn, because they are just okay. And it's Spanner's turn.
Okay. Because I totally know how to play this character, 100%.
Yes.
Spanner is going to... I will be over here and move away a little bit. Scuttlebot, wherever it is, will kind of scuttle along with her.
Nice. Do I have a
And-
token I can just throw down for your little scuttlebot? I should do, actually. Oh wait, no, Mary's spider token isn't on here, I don't think.
Aww.
Because it would be the, it would be in the Immortals campaign data bank. Oh no, it's
Okay.
stored on my, D&D Beyond, I guess. So I'll just use Mary's spiritual weapon token, which is popped in as a square for some reason. Cool, yes. Continue.
Alright, so Scuttlebot fires a blast of force at the Naga that is on Sim.
Feel free to move Scuttlebot wherever you would like it.
Put it there.
Nice.
And it's gonna take...
As it's in Force Ballista mode, which is such a cool name.
It is. It blasts 7 points of force and shoves it, what is it, 5 feet?
Is it a roll to hit, or is it literally just straight up done?
No, I did. It's a 20. I rolled a 20.
I didn't see that. My bad. Cool.
I mean, I could
Yeah.
be wrong.
No,
Maybe it
no,
doesn't
20
hit.
hits. 20 hits.
Good to know. Guys, meta unlock. Shout out to Raven.
20. Yeah.
All right, so that's what Scuttlebot
To be fair,
does.
Spanner does seem like the kind of person who has some way of figuring out an armor class as a numerical value.
Absolutely, she definitely sees things in numbers. And then she's just gonna like pull a little hammer out of her hair and do kind of a golf swing sort of deal to chunk a loose rock or something at the same Naga, casting catapult.
Nice. I love Catapult. It's one of my favourite spells.
It's an
So I need
awful spell.
a dex
Ooh.
save,
Yes,
DC
you
17.
Ooh.
Oh god, I keep tabbing to the wrong tabs. Oh god, it doesn't even have magic resistance. God. Why do these guys suck, Lindsay? This is all your fault.
Well, when I built them, I thought to
Yeah.
myself, years from now, Mitch, this guy that I don't know.
17. For those who don't know, Lindsay is, of
Just-
course, the lead designer for monsters for Dungeons and Dragons.
Absolutely, totally don't insight check that.
And you did 7 points of damage before. Cool.
So then another 7 since it saved.
Cool.
Tick, tick, tick.
I'm trying to do maths in my head, and my brain just shut down. You did
Lag.
you did 14 points of damage to it. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
My brain was like, yes, 7, and then 7, and then 7, and then 7, and then 7, and
Yep.
then 7,
That's
and then
exactly
and
how
I'm
many.
like, stop.
And I don't. Yeah, she's just gonna.
As it comes bearing down again on the shield, and you boop the rock and it.
And then don't. Not that it matters, but it did scooch back 5 feet when it got hit.
It
with
does.
the force
Nice.
before.
I shall move it now.
And yeah. But that's okay, and that's all that Spanner does. She's actually pretty
fact,
calm during all
That's what
this.
happens. This force blast hits it and kind of pushes it back into the coils, and as it's rearing up to kind of leer back towards him again, the little rock just boop and knocks it back again.
Yeah.
Because magic rock.
Yeah. Love catapult. You put me on a sandy shore. All kinds of crap.
Oh yeah.
It's all
That was
getting
the
plumped.
point. You can yeet seashells, rocks, seaweed, scales,
Ooh, right in the barnacles.
Yeah.
barnacles.
Right in the clams.
No, there's no clams here.
We draw the line at clams.
No
Yeah.
clams.
No, that would be weird,
Things
George.
war
I don't know
with
why you
gods,
would say
killing
that.
off the clams.
This Naga is going to rear up at you, Thorgol. And as it does, you see this, like, hollow blue glow appear in the eye sockets. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, something I am phenomenal at. I mean, it's a +3 on my saving throws. Jesus Christ. Natural 1 for a total of 4.
You are paralyzed as it casts Hold Person on you.
That's rough.
That's rough, buddy. Fortunately, that's
That's rough.
all it can do this turn. As you're like,
Sure, you know,
I fought
this
bigger
is
snakes than it. Just completely seize up.
back of Thorgal's mind, he hears, "Well, you know, this wouldn't happen if you never took over."
Cool. That will end the Naga's turn, which does mean Hold Person, I believe, is it at the end of your turn or the start of your turn? At the end of each of your turns. So you're paralyzed
Also,
for this
for some
turn.
reason, there's no Semirel in the combat tracker for some reason.
About to say, like, how are
Yeah.
Is there not? How
No,
strange.
apparently I did an initiative check instead of initiative roll. You got 4. He's last anyway.
Cool.
fine.
I will add you in, and we will do your turn now then. That's very strange. I can manually add you anyway. There we go, and you got a 4.
Yeah.
It might be you might need to reload above VTT possibly, because I did a reload to get Thorgal in, and if you didn't after I reloaded, then it won't be working for you.
If I didn't do that thing that I didn't know to do, yeah, cool.
But-
Hold on. Yeah.
Even still,
yes.
it's weird, because the rolls should have worked regardless. So...
It's fine. We haven't broken anything.
God damn it, Lindsay, it's all your fault.
No one should hire me for anything.
Cool. Semirel!
Yes, thank you. It's Semirel's. As the bone Naga is about to rear up at him again, and that little stone comes and sort of bonks it, he's going to look over his shoulder and give a smile and nod to Spanner and throw his hand over to water, and he's going to use a bonus action to cast Shield of Faith upon Spanner.
Nice.
Yeah.
Field of Shade.
Yeah, that one too. He is then going to. Ooh. He's then going to close the distance. He's going to use his momentum. He's going to try and break into a short, sharp run, covering that extra 5 feet. Reeling back with his arm, Morning Star to bring down. He's going to and use it after that first hit, follow through, and just go straight in for a second hit, which is going to be
13 does not hit as you're like, ah, ding, and there's a really hollow gunk as it bounces off the skull.
Yeah, just checks the Morning Star. It's blunt. No, go and follow him for the
The lower jaw kind of rattles a bit as you rattle off the side, and you're like, this is fine, I still have the momentum. You swing round and swing up, and it just goes straight under the like empty lower jaw and kind of catches. And you're like, wait, no, but no, give me back my Morning Star.
Yeah, he's still got his sea legs. He's got to remember to don his land legs.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah, he's missed with a 13 and 11.
You're also more used to people's faces being solid when you do that, and not being able to sail through the lower jaw.
Yeah,
Tricky.
and that's gonna be the end of his turn.
Thorgal! There is no sound from Thorgal as far as I just heard, but I saw the mouth
Because
moving.
he's paralyzed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
paralyzed.
Yes. Wow, great RP.
All I can do is my saving throw again, yeah.
It's great.
I think so. I was gonna double check, but my DM screen's vanished. There it is. DM screen. I don't have enough room on my desk to have it open the whole time, and it's so useful for these moments where I doubt myself. Paralyzed. You are incapacitated, can't move or speak. You automatically fail strength and dex saves. Attack rolls against you have advantage. Any attack that hits you is a crit if it's within 5 feet. And because you're unconscious, you can't move or speak. Drop whatever you're falling and hold. Oh no, so it's unconscious. That's weird. Unconscious or incapacitated? Paralyzed? Incapacitated. I was like, yeah, I was like, did it say incapacitated or unconscious? That was a weird blunder from me there. Incapacitated, you can't take actions or reactions, yes. So you are paralyzed, and then at the end of your turn, you can repeat the save, try and break free.
22.
Boom! As the voice of
Look at
Freddie
you.
Mercury echoes in your head, you do in fact break free. Freddie Mercury, of course, being a famous tabaxi singer in Eroth.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The head of the band, King. Cool. I believe it is now number 2, which is actually this dude, is it not? Yes. As Semirel's like, that didn't work. It is going to rear back, look at you, and you see this hollow blue glow start to emanate from the eyes, and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
I like to think as Thorkel kind of breaks free, kind of shouts.
He's like, watch
Don't
out for
look
the
at our
eyes! Semirel's like, what eyes? They don't have any. Oh!
Oh, those. Okay. It's a 24.
24.
Nice.
You feel your body lock up for a second, but you've fought off worse, and you break free from the spell, as you are a person who is not held. And the glow
That's how you do it.
fades. Looks over at Thorgol, who's slowly unfreezing his legs, rubbing the feeling back into the muscles.
Doing the little stompy dance to get
Yeah,
the
like, pins
blood
and
back
needles.
This is a
Ah,
stretch.
ah.
This is what calisthenics are for.
Spanner.
All right.
Spannerbot.
Yeah. Scuttlebutt first.
Oh wow, we got a lot of viewers. Nice. Hello everyone.
And
Sorry to break the
yeah.
immersion. I was just having a little
we've
check
had as
while
many
you
as
were.
we've had as many as 9.
Nice. I was just breaking the immersion and having a little check while you were having a look through your character sheet. Didn't think anyone would mind.
No, I think Scuttlebutt misses this time with an 11.
Yes.
I'm still unclear as to if it's the spell
Although
attack or
I liked it. Did you say? Did you accidentally say Scuttle Bud or Scuttle Butt? Because I like the idea that it's now called Scuttlebutt.
it's Scuttlebutt. It is now.
Yeah.
It may not have been before. It definitely
It is now.
Oh wait, no, not a +4. So it'd be a 17 to hit.
17 hits.
An 11. Cool. 1, 2,
Just.
3. Boom. 16 points of force blast from Scuttlebutt.
A little more than just, but still. Only a little more than just.
And
As
then
it's rearing up, being angry that it couldn't freeze him, and you hear Thorgol shout, watch out for the eyes, you see the eyes start to glow, and you're like, no, Scuttlebutt, go!
yeah. I think there's a very strong possibility that Spanner avoids eye contact generally, so
Nice.
it's not something that has to be told
As
to her.
the Force Ballista blasts ribs and a couple of teeth loose, and bones scatter across the island.
Then she's
Still
going to
just standing after all this time.
on her hip, unholster her altered wand thing that looks
Nice.
suspiciously like a gun, but is not a gun.
It's okay, guns exist in my world, but they are
I-
arcano-mechanical.
Yeah, well, this one's just her, whatchamacallit? Arcane firearm thingy.
Nice.
Anyway. But she's gonna fire a spell out of that. Because we can.
Wingardium Leviosa.
And we'll just
Oh
do.
wait, no, we're now gonna
we'll
get
just do-
sued because I said a Harry Potter spell. Please no, J.K. Rowling. Firebolt, nice.
And
24 to hit. And 10 damage, nice.
and then
As
hang on, there's something to do with this silly thing.
nice.
I just have to. I'm so not used to this. I will get better, maybe. Gain a bonus. Okay, so I get an extra this. Extra 7 points.
Extra
of,
7?
of magic. Yeah, from the because I rolled because I did it through the firearm.
Is exactly what you needed as it's bearing down on Semiril again. You watch this
Yeah.
force ballista blasts a bunch of bones loose, and you're like, hey, now that there's bones missing, there's a weak spot right there. Look at this. And you just blast right in the weak point of... I mean, it's all spine, but you blast right in the weak point of the spine, and it just... into bones
Yeah, she
all over the
she
place.
points her firearm at it and goes, "How about no?" And then blasts it. And then when she's done, she does the whole like the blowing off the end of the wand gun back in the holster.
Nice. She looks at the
It's
Nog.
like the only cool thing that she does.
The question I'd ask
God help her if
myself right
anybody
now
ever tells-
is, do I feel lucky? Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Does that end your turn?
It does. I think that's enough.
As once
she'll
again,
move.
Lindsay devastates my monsters.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
When she figures that sheet out, you're
It's gonna be awful.
All doomed. We were always worried about Mary taking over. It's Spanner taking over.
Throw a
Cool.
spanner in the works.
Hey!
That take me that long. Ugh.
It's even more fun now because it's Bone Naga 1 turn. And
Bone Daddy, and we
Yes.
kill Bone Mama.
exactly. What does this fun spell do? I've never actually used it, I don't think.
Now's as good a time as any.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you see as the blue
Yeah,
glow
totally.
is fading, you watch as it starts to change hue and slowly turns red as the glow spreads again in the empty eye sockets. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw as it kind of reaches forwards and just pokes you with its fangs.
Take that. That is a 22.
22. Nice. You've probably experienced your fair share of curses in your time and have become somewhat resistant to them, and you get the feeling right now someone's trying to curse you. But you managed to fend it off. Definitely magic going on right there, and it rears back as the glow starts to fade. Semirel, you are showered by bone fragments as the Naga is bearing down on you, and you're like, oh god, it's gonna bite me again!
Using his shield to deflect the worst of the bone matter coming down at him, begins to charge over towards the other one.
Terminator
Looking
music starts
over.
playing.
Exactly. Just this lumbering unit. Just like, it's like, I'm too old for this. Looks over to Spanner and just calls out, "Thank you, are you all right? Do you do diagonals 5 or 10 feet?
5.
Please say 5. Thank you. 5, 10, 15, 20.
I like to
30.
think
Oh, look.
Semirel is doing like the Tom Cruise run, but it's in
Oh, yeah,
slow motion
100%.
because he's just big
Yeah.
and lumbering, so like...
I imagine it's like Optimus Prime trying to get up to speed.
Yeah.
This way, there's only one of them left for now.
Clank,
gonna
clank,
use-
clank. Here comes the
Yeah.
tank.
Yeah, all that salt air in the chainmail, that's going to be a nightmare to clean later. Going to try and hopefully use that momentum of the run and not being too out of breath to carry through into a Morning Star
Stops,
strike.
plants the Morning Star on the ground.
Yes.
Take a time out.
Yeah. just like pulls out an inhaler. I'm good. Avoiding trying to look directly at the eyes, but he's
It's
going to
not
try
his
and work
fault.
on,
He
like,
had COVID before this fight.
Yeah. Immune to disease. He's had all 3 of his vaccinations.
Boom.
That's it. It's going to.
Turns out the god of justice was Boris Johnson all along.
That's it. Going to try and try his best to aim. See, that's what happens when you're not immune to disease.
Yeah, sure, that's what it is.
Going to try and aim for that weak spot that he saw the last the last creature be destroyed by. He's going to try and take a shot at that.
Ten, nice.
Natural one.
As it's starting to like rear in towards Thorgol, you swing with the Morning Star, and the tail just starts to wrap around the Morning Star.
Mm-hmm. It's because he's on the hallowed ground of another temple belonging to another deity. It's just messing with the chakras. It's fine. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like okay. I've got this. Right. Let's try that again.
Shake it loose from the tail.
23 to hit.
He doesn't even shake the tail loose. He just swings with the tail still attached.
Just takes the tail. Have that.
Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself?
Yes.
Yes. And he's going to do 13 points of piercing damage.
Nice.
And you know what? Let's do it. Because he landed the hit, I'm going to go ahead and use a smite on that. As this creature is upsetting
me
him
up inside.
rather a lot. Indeed. When I can find the thing I need to do with the thing. Yes. Oh, 2d8. I'll take that. That is an extra 6 points of radiant damage. He's gonna just as he's recoiling with the tail still attached to this creature, he's just gonna look up and just kind of hope that there's a break. There's just a beam of light that comes down and lands on his Morning Star, and he just uses that and just forces that through. And
how convenient, you're actually also standing in one of the sunbeams that I have put on the map where the light's spilling in, as you just
not my first time.
as the clouds break.
Yeah. That's it. And that's the end of his turn.
Thorgol's just like, did it suddenly just get really bright in here? He looks back, you've got sunglasses on. You're prepared for this. And it's Thorgol's turn as the beam of sunlight dissipates.
Taking a note out of Samarel's book, Thorgol will use his free action to drop his shield, grab his axe with 2 hands, and begin to take a swing at the bone snake.
Nice.
If it hits, I will also use a smite. But let's see. First one is a 17.
Hits.
Alright, so that's a D10. So that is 4 points of slashing damage. Gosh.
If you roll another pair of ones on these dice, that'll be hilarious.
And as he attacks, you watch the axe begin to glow with kind of a blackish glow instead of the holy light that Samriel sees. As he takes 9 points of necrotic damage.
He's just absorbing all the light from Semarel's Morning Star. It doesn't even get the chance to fade. He's like, my god has assisted me, and the light is just being drawn away into Thorgol's axe as he swings.
And morphs into black. So 9 points of necrotic damage instead of radiant due to the oath.
Yes.
And then second attack is a. I don't think that hits. That's an 11.
That does not hit.
Alright. That ends my turn.
As Spanner, you look across and you can just see the 2 boys just hacking into this giant skeleton snake. And you're like, well, clearly blowing it up works the best. I don't know why you guys are just hitting it with baseball bats right now, as they're just like,
Guys, I can just, guys, if you will move, I can just, guys, no, okay.
It's just bouncing between the two of them as they're batting it backwards and forwards.
And she's like way too soft-spoken, so they can't hear her over
Oh,
what
no.
they're doing at all.
At this
Even a
point,
little.
they've both got tinnitus. From just...
And also the whole like the light thing, she just shakes her head. She's like, "Guns are so weird. I'm telling you guys, we do not need them." Is it her turn?
It
Or
is,
Bowdog's
yes.
turn?
That's why I was describing what Spanner is seeing. It is your turn.
Okay, just double checking. Sometimes
No,
you loop
that's
me in because
very
you think
fair.
I've zoned out, which is usually true. So
Yes.
you know. All right. Second, first, same as the first.
Here we go.
Scuttlebutt.
The kind of just... and fires again. Oh,
29 to hit.
yeah.
Is Spanner share a body
13.
with Mary?
Nice. It's actually just being piloted by Mary.
Yeah.
Spoilers. Spanner is actually just a Mary mech suit.
Oh my god. It's her fursona.
Ew. She's not quite that level of anthropomorphic, whatever. Okay, and it gets shoved the 5 feet because it got hit.
Yes.
And
Which just kind of
then,
pushes it
because-
back into the cliff.
That particular, I am assuming not, but that movement back doesn't provoke an opportunity.
No, because it's forced.
Okay, didn't think so. Just checking.
All right, and then
And
because
it's looking
we
real
like
bad
her,
right now.
she's gonna fire off another shot through her. I need to come up with a name for her. Not a gun.
Not a gun. That's the thing. not a gun.
27, Jesus Christ. What's your... Cool. So, as the
Plus-
two of them are just...
Plus, hold on. Plus.
Yeah.
Plus another 6, so 18.
As the
So-
two of them are
Ka-chow!
just, like, tennis between the pair of them. With the Morning Star, Semirel kind of sends it in straight across to Thorgol, who swings it up high, ready for Semirel to come in on the spike, and as you watch the skeleton fly up into the air, Spanner, would you like to describe your kill?
Yeah, so it flies up in the air, the whole thing. So this is like,
Enough of it,
Can-
like
can-
half the body is launched up into the air. It's still attached, but like he's kind of spiked it
Right.
up with the battle axe.
can this sim have time to shout pole as it
Yes.
goes up? Okay. So then that happens. And she kind of just makes the clicking sound. Scuttlebutt pops up a little bit, fires off its round of force blast. She, at the same time, whips out her not a gun and just draws that hammer back super fast. And it flies over, and it's just like it's like a like when you're changing a baby's diaper and you've got the thing of powder, and you're like gonna spray it on the baby butt. Yeah, and it just poof, it's just calcium everywhere.
As Thorgol kind of spikes it up into the air, and Semirel puts the shield down, he is two-handing the Morning Star ready for it to come down for the slash, and he's like, I got this, and it just up in the air above him, and the two just as the dust comes raining down on you.
I got it.
Slowly drifts across the island.
You sure did, Spanner. Are we all right? The question is very much aimed straight at Spanner. It's just asking about everybody, only bothered about Spanner. That's it. It's just,
I am
I mean,
fine.
is everybody okay? Spanner.
Yes, I'm good. I'm
Nice.
harmed.
Don't worry, I'm fine too, Samurai. It's totally good.
Never doubted you, Thorgol.
I don't think so. Never doubted you either.
But yes, it would seem the Guardians lay defeated at the hands of the mighty Spanner. And you can see now, as the two of you are very close to the entrance, the kind of pillars and arches of the temple are very thick with barnacles, hanging seaweed, brackish water kind of pooling on the flagstones, and amid a cluster of tumbled stone bricks behind a curtain of dripping seaweed looms the entrance to the temple, with some elven runes that say "Speak, friend, and enter."
It's just getting all the lawsuits today, aren't
Oh,
you?
yes.
All the copyright.
Oh yes.
Shortly after, as like I'm assuming, begin to head towards the entrance within a few moments after, about precisely 42 seconds after the fight, you watch as the second pair of horns begin to dissolve, and the fur on Thorgol turns back to black with shades of white, a little bit more white than before, just a little.
We do like someone who tracks the time of their timed abilities. Precisely 42 seconds. Cool. Are you guys...
Does that happen every time? Is it consistently 42 seconds?
Depends on how long the battle is.
Okay. Well, then when the battle is over, Spanner will pull out a pocket watch and count down.
Nice.
And wait. She's just looking at her watch, holding up a finger.
And then there's the...
And then just points. Now we can go.
Nice. Are you heading through the curtain of Swede?
I think so.
I think,
Forward,
yeah.
ever forward.
We are
Cool,
ready.
cool. I shall. I forgot to fog up this map, so we're just going to have to pretend we don't see all of it.
I don't see anything at all.
It's going to zoom in
That's
really
because
close.
it's loading right now, so you don't see anything yet. And you're also not supposed to be there. That token has just spawned in where it's not supposed to be. That's good fun. I think it will disappear once the map's finished slowly loading. Apologies to the live stream where I can see I'm lagging intensely because I can see Zoom on my monitor lagging intensely. And that's just my native Zoom call. For some reason,
Body in the water.
Spanner is just here.
Spanner,
Oh.
You don't recognize the bodies in the water.
Did you just shrink the token?
I did.
I was gonna say, because I was about to select it and it shrank, and that was terrifying. I was like, I
like
don't
to.
think I pressed anything. Why is Spanner
Just for
the
you.
only token that came through?
Because
That's
clearly
very
that
strange.
first encounter has shown us that we only need Spanner.
Yes.
Thorgol and
Very,
Samaral are just
very,
sitting there
very
like,
true.
Well,
Go on, Spanner, you got this.
we parted the seaweed curtains.
That's it.
We'll watch guard. You'll be
Yeah.
totally good.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Add party.
No.
There we go.
There we go.
But you guys aren't there. You guys are like here. There you go. Thank you, Jord. As
You're welcome.
you guys make your way up this partially ruined staircase, and you see a rather long hallway stretching before you, with what seems to be a rather large treasure chest in the middle. Actually, wait. Would you be able to see it? It's very dark in here, but I'll give you that for free.
Yeah.
But it is also very,
can
very
see
dark
it.
in here because all of the lights are gone because it was underwater for a very long time.
That's a
You can just about make out the shape of this treasure chest with the dark vision.
I relay to whoever can't see. I don't know if
We can't.
Nice.
We can't.
Not yet.
So I'll just relay what appears to be the long hallway, and it appears there may be a chest a few feet in front of us. But the most part looks like an old, used to be water-filled hallway.
Semirel's gonna just sidle up next to Spanner and just go to give one of her large ears a nice, just a little gentle rub. You have come a long way, Spanner. That was fine work.
And Padawan.
As he does so, he's going to cast light on her ears. On her ear.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
Love it. Cool.
She gives his chest a nice little pat. Clang, clang.
Thunderous smite? What?
So, what would you guys like to do? Is it's now the radius on light is 60 feet, isn't it? Because I can do auras now that you've been lit up. And is it
She just
dim
like
light
shifts
for
her
a
hair a
further
little bit.
20?
Yeah, it's bright for 20, dim for an additional
Bright
20.
for 20. Cool. So inner aura 20, outer aura 20. And we should get a nice little boom.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
It's honestly one of my favourite features they ever added in.
That's very cool.
Right.
And yet they won't add in text scaling. And I can't get rid of the menu. Leave me alone. The menu won't disappear, and it's literally right across the middle of the screen.
Tech issues, always.
I don't know what to do. I might temporarily see if deleting Spanner's token gets rid of the menu. Yes, it does. Okay. Spanner dies. She explodes.
How could you?
It was only supposed to be light. Not
What have I
smite.
done?
Semirel can't read good. He misread the word light.
Just killed his best friend. Good job.
Yeah.
Let's try this again. Aura 20. Technical issues. Da-da-da-da. There we go.
Okay. Well
So-
then, assuming that everybody walks with her, she will move forward so that we can see what we're dealing with.
Okie dokie.
Semirel's just going to throw out sorry, what do you want?
Thorgal would mention, like, before we start moving, that the chest appears to be, like, outside of your light range and that it's still forward.
Yeah, she figures that out when she still can't see it. So she moves forward. She's pretty smart.
Intelligence score 18.
It must be further.
She's like already walking, and Thorgal's like, just in case you didn't know, I think the chest is a bit further. She's like, yeah, I know. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Thank you, Torgot.
Minotaurs just like to point out the obvious, you know?
Yeah.
It is okay. Thank you, Torgot.
Semirel's just going to throw out a quick divine sense. He's gonna linger behind just for a step or two, and just sort
And
of
that
just take a deep breath.
is Fae, Fiend, Undead.
Celestial, within 60 feet. That's not behind total cover.
Joke's on you, they're all in total cover. No. 3,000 angels all behind total cover.
And considering I miscalculated that last smite, I'm going to make sure that I add undead. Undead. He's going to pay particular attention, see if anything smells undead.
Nothing
When
pings
was the
up
last
on
time
your
Thorgold
radar.
had a shower?
Yeah, he definitely smells evil. Yeah, nothing seems to ping up on the radar.
You would notice Thorgal lighting up as undead or fey. What is it? I forget.
Fae, I believe. Because Minotaur, right?
Where is it?
Oh yeah, the Bone Nagas were undead, weren't they?
I just read 2d8 and went, that's the number I need.
Oh.
Yeah.
Never mind. Nope. Thorgal wouldn't read as fey or anything. It says
It's only celestial fiend or undead.
well, because
There's-
the reborn thing. So I was just thinking.
Ah.
Pick up on. Anyway, sorry.
if I could just pause. There's something with the Twitch. I don't understand
Oh.
it. This is beyond my pay grade.
What?
Maybe bots, maybe people. I don't know.
Oh,
We
wow.
suddenly have 36 people.
Yeah.
We could've
I don't
got
think
raided.
that's right.
All right.
And we got a bunch
Maybe
of
we got
follows.
raided?
Oh,
I
so
don't
we got
know.
raided, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
we did.
see?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I'm ancient.
Hello,
And
raiders
immortal.
of the Lost Ark, I guess. Hello.
There's a lot
Another
of guests.
copyright.
I don't know.
We got raided with 36 viewers. Damn. Thank you, Hardway Jones and Anaklasmos1234 for following us.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's awesome. Is this our first raid or have we been raided before?
We were.
I don't
We
know.
got raided
I
during
panicked,
Voldonia,
though. I
right?
just saw that. I was like, what is?
I remember being
Thank
raided
you.
during Voldonia, or I remember you being raided during Voldonia. Woo! Hello.
Well, the
Thank you,
colours,
Rockhold,
well,
for the
it's kind
follow.
of Just like.
Just so
Just-
confused.
It's just so-
ADHD.
Yes. Okay, cool. Stop staring at Twitch, Mitch, and
Yeah.
Serious.
you know what, actually, what's the time? It's 4 o'clock. Shall we, on that high note, take a very quick break so people can pee and stretch their legs and stuff, and Lindsay can de-escalate and calm down? Because I also need
Thanks for
to.
showing up. We're gonna go.
Yeah, when did they show up? Was it literally 2 minutes ago? Oh man, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was when I started going,
You got banned last time you raided a small D&D channel because they thought you were bots. Oh my
That's
I
god.
checked because I was like,
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
So,
Two
fortunately, I have the Stream Elements activity feed, so it shows up as a person has raided your channel, not just there's a bunch of bots everywhere. So that's how we figured
Yeah.
out you weren't bots.
Perfect time for a raid. It's break time.
Yes.
Look at all these
But-
people. See ya.
It's all good.
Great campaign, guys. Great
The chat-
campaign. Phenomenal final session.
The chat will still be active on the break screen. I'm gonna very quickly pee and I'll be active on the chat as Practical Heroes. So I'll come back as ASAP as possible, as a wise man once said, so I can interact with our new raiders of the now found Ark. But yeah, thanks for the raid and all the follows. That's awesome, and we'll see you in a second.
Thank you.
Oh, there.
Break screen, go. I actually have decided, rather than keep it on the break screen, seeing as we've just been raided by a lot of people who are actively getting involved, I've just thrown it to the camera screen. So we are on. Hello, raiders. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Practical Heroes. I'm going to scroll through this activity feed that's just been going insane. I'm loving all the Thorgol Pog in chat. So Hardway Jones, with 36 viewers on the raid, and the host, thanks as well. So, how do raids actually work, and what's the difference between a raid and a host?
So a raid is like you take at the end of your stream, however many people you have, you can say, hey, we're gonna go raid this other channel, and it just takes you and all the viewers of your stream and takes it to theirs.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Digging the background. Thank you. I made it myself. It's the world map for the world we're playing in. It's called Eroth. It's in our podcast. First time chat. Hello, I'm not Curtis. Right, what's all the stuff on the side? We've got follow from Hardway Jones. Thank you, Anaklasmos. I did that one. Rockhold33. Thank you for the follow. Papa Gandalf. Thank you for the follow. I'll see you in hell. Thank you for the follow. And Dragon Fist Fight. Thank you for the follow. Thanks, everyone.
A great username.
That's an. They're all awesome usernames. Oh, it's Curtis. Hello, Curtis.
Hi, Curtis.
Definitely not Curtis.
Totally is Curtis.
It's a ruse.
It's absolutely
No,
someone named Curtis.
He's a Brit like you guys.
Oh, nice. We do love a good. Oh, does that mean the Brit missed the entire Hot Fuzz section?
Oh, God.
With that sailor.
I had tears. I had tears coming from my eyes.
You know, I think at this point, more of my friends live in either England or Canada than anywhere near around me. I kind of like it.
Nice.
Am I coming across any louder now, by chance?
No.
No.
Okay. I was trying to get it figured out.
Have you gone into like the actual microphone on like Windows settings, as bad as it sounds, and just boosting it on there, seeing if it's on full or not? Are the whole party quiet, or is it just Jord? Because I can boost the whole party if you guys want. I will pump up party sound in general. I know Jord is quite quiet in and of himself, but I've pumped the whole
Yeah, all
Zoom
my
sound.
stuff is completely...
Cool.
Oh, wait a minute. What about now? That fixed
Jord is the
anything?
quietest. It didn't sound too much better on my end. Lindsay, can you say something really quick? Because I know your mic's usually quite nice for me to use.
I can
as
say
a...
something really quick. Sure, I can say plenty of things really quick. Is there anything in particular that you would like me to talk about
Nope,
right
that's
now?
all good, thank you. I
Okay.
was literally just watching the audio meters on OBS and trying to keep them around the same level. Oh man, the chat.
They have
Oh
turned!
man,
They have turned!
I know.
they're turning against us. No. Oh man, but yeah, hello, welcome everyone. I might actually... Is it worth just putting me on full and the party on full and seeing if that's okay? Because I know sometimes that's too loud. And there is also
Yeah.
the music as well to compete with.
Yeah,
If headphone
try
users.
turning off original sound and turning on original sound.
I don't have it on at the moment. But that's just for you
on
guys.
On my end.
Ah.
Seeing if that would.
Cool. Oh wow, I can see me peeking into the red when I do certain things. I'm gonna turn me down, well hey! Maybe that'll help balance things out.
Automatically adjust microphone volume.
Whoa!
Oh, there it is.
A lot louder.
Okay, cool. Helps when you have certain boxes clicked in the settings.
That's the loudest I think you've ever been the entire time playing together.
You
Now
know, I
you're
just like to
super
play
loud.
D&D
Wow.
very ASMR, so that's all.
Yeah.
I'll scoot the mic away from me now.
Yeah.
It's
like
so
every time-
clear.
Yeah.
Is it crisp?
It's-
Is it crisp?
It's so much
very
better.
crisp.
We've been
He's
playing together for over a
alive!
year. This is the best.
So see, you guys have all misunderstood me the entire time we've been playing because you just couldn't hear me. That's all.
Yes.
That's all
Yeah.
it is.
That and occasionally you come out with "We're gonna need a bigger friends."
Oh yeah, we
Look,
noticed that.
okay. My puns don't always
Or-
land.
Hey,
Gnarly.
this knoll fight is really gnarly.
Look, my puns are good sometimes, not all the time.
Cool. Right. If we're sounding a lot better now, then shall we jump back into the game? And we will
Do it.
re-immerse ourselves. If I can remember which button. Yes.
You're ruining the immersion, Mitch.
Cool. Hashtag I stand with Jord. Nice. Cool. So, you guys part this, name my arcane firearm. Nice. Magic gun. Cool, right. Mitch, close
how
the
about
chat so
no?
you don't get distracted. Cool. Okay, so, as you kind of part this dripping seaweed curtain and make your way up the stairs, having seen this darkened chamber and now illuminated it by the light on Spanner's occasionally twitching ears. Because, I mean, they're big floppy ears, they must twitch occasionally. They always do with, like... What has big ears? Elephants, their ears twitch. Let's go with elephant, even though it's, like,
They're-
cow-based.
They're like lamb's ears.
Furbolgs, yeah. Lamb, cow, same
Well, actually,
creature.
that's just a Mercer thing that the community has leaned into.
Is
but,
it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought they were more bovine. Interesting.
Only because of CR.
Probably,
That's why I
yeah.
only leaned into it a little bit.
Nice.
So she still has
Good to
human
know.
face, but
Awesome. And yeah, as you illuminate this with your single glowing ear that Semarel has lit up for you, you do see perfectly in the middle of this chamber is a treasure chest. And you can hear ever so slightly in the background this faint kind of weird cross between maybe like a snore and a purr, possibly, just very faintly in the background, which Thorgol might just be able to make out a vague shape with the dark vision.
Okay. You have dark vision for 120 feet.
Yeah. But it's also like you're staring through light into the darkness. It's a
Gotcha.
bit...
I got you. That transition of like when you walk
yeah,
into the
you
shade
can't
from the sun or vice
really
versa.
see super well in the dark when you're stood next to a torch that's right next to your face, and past that torch beam is not great. So, like, I'll say you can somewhat make out possibly a shape that's fairly large.
Thorgol, seeing kind of this silhouette and dark mass, will just inform the others that I think we're not quite out of the woods yet with fighting.
all right. Then at that, Spanner will step behind.
I'm just gonna leave now.
I was right back here. Again, pats. Well, this time because she was between them, she'll just pat both shoulders, like backs of shoulders. I will be back here.
Nice.
You hear the ka-chink of her getting her her
Thorgol will,
on a
as
live stick ready.
as Thorgol or as Spanner steps back, Thorgol will look over to Samarel and, you know, I could hit it from here if we want to see what happens. You know, give us some time to react.
Or we could see if maybe it doesn't want to fight us. Is option.
There is that. Perhaps it has some sense and does not wish to engage us.
Well, here's hoping, then, I guess.
You're welcome to be the one to go and find out. I mean, see ya.
Cimarel just leans on the Morning Star.
Thorgal will move up about 10 feet.
Okay.
Someone else is going to quickly look over his shoulder. Are you, Spanner? Are you all right here?
Yeah, I am still good. Yes.
He's going to draw out his Morning Star and place his shield firmly in front of himself, and just kind of just linger just a few feet behind, further back than Thorgal, and just give him the nod.
Nice.
Is Shield of Faith still rocking? Has it been 10 minutes?
Probably is still rocking, yeah. Because you
Okay.
literally did that little fight and then came straight up those stairs, and definitely
Yeah,
wasn't a
I
10-minute staircase. That would be... Whoa, that'd be something.
Yeah. We have a 10-minute staircase in our game, but that's just to get to the beach. I think it's more like a half hour. Who knows?
Yeah.
Thorgal will move forward just outside of the radius of the dim light. So right about there.
Okay, make a perception check. As you're currently stood next to the treasure chest.
And that'll just be a straight one since dark vision, yes. Even though in darkness.
Yes.
Perception.
Or is it disadvantage in dim light, even with dark vision? No, because you can see normally in dim light.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not total
Perception.
darkness, it's just not amazing.
Ooh, I like that. That's an 18.
Someone waits till he starts like peering through the darkness and just casts daylight.
Yeah.
18.
Um,
You can see a vague shape. Let me just read through some stuff.
While Thorgal's kind of looking into the light or looking into the darkness, he'll probably turn over his shoulder to kind of softly relay what he's starting to see to Samarel, and you do notice his eyes kind of have a purplish, reddish glow to him when he's in the darkness.
Seems to be possibly like a pile of gems or something, maybe.
Don't trust that. Maybe. Just kidding.
Just like a
Rolling.
vague shape. It is a weird shape. I will give you that. It is a weird shape for a pile of gems to be. But even
doesn't
in the
appear
dark
to
vision,
be-
it looks like a possible pile of gems.
Gotcha. It doesn't appear to be creature. Looks more solid. Maybe some stone or something. Maybe gems. I can't really sure. I can move up closer and see.
Yes, we have been attacked by bones. It would not be a significant leap to be
Bone
attacked
snake.
by gems.
This is very true.
Semirel's going to call out. Semirel's going to call out. Let's. You there? Are you an animate creature? You there? What is your name?
There is a... And Thorgal, through the darkness,
Yeah.
you see that possible gem thing start to shift and move. Do they speak telepathy? But it doesn't say they speak common.
Oh, telepathy just covers.
That's what I thought.
As long as they can understand the language, you're able to understand
Yeah.
it in your mind, right?
I think so. I'll assume
Unless
so.
it specifically says only if it's a
It just says telepathy to the range.
Yeah,
It says
so you're good.
languages, draconic telepathy. Draconic,
yeah,
telepathy, not just draconic telepathy. That would be better.
could be.
That would have been more helpful, though. But yeah, you hear a hiss. Does anyone speak draconic?
I do not.
Cool. So there's a hiss and then a pause. And then, Samarel, in your head, you hear... The Guardian.
Sort of eyes focused, locked onto the thing. Just kind of turns his head a little bit so that he's
And
speaking
Thorgal,
to.
you see it kind of start to shift and get to what seem to be feet in the darkness.
The pile's moving.
It's moving. Did you? It says it is a guardian. That the Morning Star is firmly gripped upon, and it's almost the arms drawn back, cocked, about, ready to swing. Let's mechanically hold an action.
Okay. Then Spanner's gonna go, and go over here to this treasure chest.
Nice.
And she's just gonna investigate it because it's there, and the boys can handle whatever that is. Probably.
When you like one shot at the things
Yeah.
outside, you guys can handle this.
Are you like
Only one to have
investigating
gotten a
it
kill so far.
from a distance, or are you like actively touching it with stuff, all hands, or?
Important question. How exactly do you open the
sticks.
door?
Yeah, I have to ask, always.
Yeah.
'Cause it makes people panic.
She's gonna. Yeah, she'll pull out some little thin metal rods from her hair and start tapping it first with that. She's, she has her arcane scientific method.
Poke it with a stick. A constant of
Yeah.
all of Lindsay's characters.
No, this is a metal stirring rod. Maybe it's glass. It's glass. We'll say it's glass.
Cool.
It's a glass rod.
You poke it. Seems to react like an ordinary chest would. It very politely says, "Please stop poking me."
I am sorry.
Yeah.
Please forgive.
No. Like it seems to react like a ordinary inanimate chest would or might.
As Spanner's starting to move over and inspect it, Thorgel's also going to hold an action. He's going to hold a
Yes, because
spell.
as you move over to the chest, the dim light will now start to reflect off of the glittering scales as the wings start to flex out of, for what they are, fairly small, seems to be a dragon, almost entirely gem-like, and Thorgol could probably see it quite well because of the dim light, and Semirel can just about make it out in the dim light. This kind of sapphire-coloured, youngish looking dragon as it stretching up from what seemed to be a very nice sleep that it's just been roused out of, as behind you hear the thuds of Spanner poking the chest with a stick.
Did you mean to leave this just in the middle of the room like this? It seems like a very bad place to be keeping.
And in your head, Spanner, you hear, "Yes."
You say you are a guardian.
Got her! I got Lindsay! She went to say something and laughed instead. I got her!
Semirel takes a step forward. You say you are a guardian. A guardian of what?
I am the guardian of the treasures.
Thorgel hasn't heard anything, so he's just kind of waiting.
Yeah, in Semirel's head.
It says it is the guardian of the treasures. It just like a half over his shoulder.
Is it
not
willing-
taking his eyes off this crane.
Is it willing to part with the treasure?
You are welcome to ask it.
You seem to have a pretty good
Yeah.
relationship going right now.
As it starts to move slightly towards you guys across the ground.
Easy.
Once.
Not that's close enough.
Semirel's really wishing he'd prepared command right now.
As he just, "Stop! Wait, damn it."
Yeah, damn. It's a Tuesday. Oh dear.
If so, the trigger, Mitch, for my hold spell action is if he gets within melee range.
Okay.
You will step no closer. If you remain there, you shall not come to any harm.
Make an intimidation check, and I'll say with advantage,
Oh,
because Thorgol's
Yes!
basically helping
yes.
by saying pretty
Alright.
much the same thing. Oh, I forgot to change my lights because we're inside doing fun stuff in the water temple. There's always got to be a water
24.
temple level. 24.
I
Jesus.
see a little half elf in a little green tunic running around down the
Ha! Ha!
hill.
Ha! And then he drowns. My lighting app crashed. I have to change the lights because it's fun and I can. Oh,
Oh,
I
Yeah.
forgot it got dark outside.
and actually, it does this really cool thing behind you with your green screen, Mitch.
Yep.
Yeah.
It makes
like
it look like there's
stars.
water behind you.
It's like seaweed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no! Now you
Oh.
ruined it, Mitch. It's okay. Oh, I didn't hear any of that anyway.
I
Mitch,
forget
it was cool.
outside lighting is a thing.
It was doing a cool thing with your green screen though.
Yeah, I heard
'cause
that
it
where
wiped
it
away
just
the
doesn't.
map. Yeah.
It looks like seaweed or something.
Yeah.
Nice.
Anyway,
Anyway.
Spanner is just gonna like stand up, hands on hip. She's just kind of watch Sim for a minute, watch the dragon for a minute, watch Thorgal for a minute, and just kind of back and forth waiting for some sort of directive.
Okay.
That's
There we
just
go. So I'm not part of the Blue Man group. I do have a little bit of light. There we go. Cool. So you're just kind of crouched over by the treasure chest.
No, she's standing
waiting.
like hands
Okay.
on hips, like Peter Pan stance.
Uh,
And Scuttlebutt is
and with
right
your
beside her.
intimidation, it stops
24. Good job.
and is just kind of like eyeing you from the dim light. What would you guys like to do?
I mean, as a player, I want to bash it.
Well, yeah, obviously.
I just want to bash it. Semirel, however.
You see,
yeah.
how do we? Thorgal will call out to it. How do we take your treasure?
You'll have to
You
kill
just have
me, you hear in its head, in your head. And there's a slight, while this is happening in your head, there's a slight roar from the dragon. But still, like, you do hear it's still quite a young dragon from the sounds of the roar.
Like his voice breaking as it's trying to roar.
Rar.
No, he's not in
Does
his
it,
emo
just some of the
phase yet.
gems kind of like cover one of its eyes?
He's not quite in his emo phase yet. He's still sapphire.
He's just going to sort of side glance at Thorgal. And
You see Thorgal's hand like hovering right above his axe, like, and you see the fingers kind of twitching a little bit. You get the sense Thorgal's very eagerly wanting to do what player-wise you want to do.
he's gonna sheathe his morning star and just a slight, like, gentle hand kind of, let's just take a second here. These treasures that you are the guardian of, what are they? We do not have a right to
Multiple
them.
treasures.
I have a question. Are there other guardians, or are you just only one? Do you
I
have,
am the
like,
guardian.
Mama or Papa? It seems like a bad idea to just kill you. If you would like to not be dead.
And it just flexes its wings and starts to float up off the ground a little bit and just, I am the guardian, and flips upside down and sticks onto the ceiling. Like it's trying to be intimidating, but
Baby.
like it's not as intimidating as it probably thinks it is.
You know you could. Oh, go ahead.
No,
I
no,
was just say, can Spanner just lean down and start picking the lock? I assume it's a locked chest. If it's not a locked chest, she can just flip it open.
It
Whatever
doesn't
you want
look
to do.
locked.
All right, flip it open
Okay.
with her boot.
You stick a foot on the chest, and as you go to lift up the lid stays pretty firmly shut, and the boot stays pretty firmly stuck to the lid. And
But
you
the
hear
sticks
in your
didn't
head,
stick?
did they not? Is it? Well, I think it can choose.
Can it? I mean, that's fine. I'm just clarifying for myself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it can choose what it adheres to, so they wouldn't have stuck because you were just poking.
Okay. Oh shit.
And you hear in your head, you have fallen for my mighty trap.
Yes.
Semirel's going to draw that morning star, and he's going to take up like a very obviously ready to bash stance. You have one chance to let my friend go and leave with your life. And let's do it. He's going to like kind of get into a half crouch, just jump into the air, and he's just going to begin to float upwards towards the ceiling.
Okay. I will say, just for order of how actions are working from this point, shall we roll some initiative? It's not necessarily a
Sure.
fight
Sure.
yet. It's just so we can track some action stuff. Because that can be useful with what I was about to do.
13.
I will add you to combat tracker, my little sapphire dragon wormling. And I will add this to tracker, because I mean, we all know what's going down with the treasure chest by now.
Yeah. Oh, I knew before, but you know, it's fun. You don't fight
Oh, yeah.
mimics often.
It is a
No.
mimic. Okay, I was like, is it a mimic? It's a mimic.
Oh,
It's a mimic.
Don't be a mimic.
course it's a
Don't
mimic.
be a mimic.
Because everyone's always so scared to use mimics because they're often quite cliched, so no one ever ends up using a mimic, so it's fun to have a mimic. It's like that time that I had a rug of smothering and they all thought the chest was the mimics and they spent like 20 minutes poking the chest and nothing happened. They turned around and went, "It's all safe," and the rug underneath it went...
Again, it's done that thing. It likes to keep me on my toes. I am not in the combat tracker again.
So-
I will figure that out.
Nice. What was your initiative roll? Semirel, you got
17.
17. You're not
With a
in
plus
initiative.
2.
That's really weird.
Hmm.
Add to combat tracker. And I will type in 17. And add you manually. Because you definitely refreshed. Oh, I think it might do it alphabetically, maybe, or the mimic might have higher dex. No, it doesn't. That's weird. It probably does it alphabetically on above VTT then. No, it can't do, because it's a spitting mimic, which is alphabetically below copy of Semirel. Anyway. Either way. As you float up a little bit, you do hear, "Come no closer!" And then, as this little dragon breathes towards you, and I switch back over to the Sapphire Dragon Wormling stats, which are here on this tab. I need you, and would it catch? No, it wouldn't, because it's a 15-foot cone, so 5, 10, 15. Thorgol's just outside of it. I mean, you'll probably pass. It's a Constitution saving throw. You're a paladin.
How am I outside of it? I'm like super close to him.
It's a 15-foot cone.
I know I'm only 10 feet away.
Not on my screen. 5, 10, 15.
Oh,
20.
I'm seeing like.
No, 15. There's 3 squares between you, which is 15
Oh, not
feet.
on. Weird. Not on my end. Okay.
On my screen, you're stood on the mimic.
Oh yeah, no, I'm like 3 squares above that. That's weird.
That's really weird.
I mean,
Where are you? Where are you standing?
Yeah, I've got him as 2 down.
If you
2
double,
down and 1 to the right from Semirel.
yeah, 2 down, 1 to the right from center.
that's really strange. Maybe it's me who needs to reload, but then that lags the entire stream. So like here? No, 2
Up
down,
1.
up 1, yeah.
Right
So
there.
yeah, you'd also just be in the cone then.
Okay, yeah. So what do you need a dexterity
Constitution
save?
save from both of you.
Constitution save.
And you get a +3 on your save.
Oh, that's due to the aura thingy.
Yeah, it is.
Yes,
I think you have something for me as well. Let me see.
quite possibly the same aura. Possibly.
Yeah.
If it's
Depending
the
on
same
paladin
wording,
level.
then it doesn't stack.
Yeah.
Mm.
Unfortunately. We had that argument in my Curse of Strahd game when there was like 2 paladins at one point, and now there's 2
No, I don't have
clerics.
any.
Uh,
I don't have any aura that you would get from me, so you're good.
Cool. So,
So selfish.
consoles with the +3s.
God, fucking 7. 7 total.
8.
You both take 4d10 as I drop my dice. Oh no, there we go. That panicked me for a second. I dropped it and it knocked one of the other dice and it wasn't staying on the number that I'd left it at.
Oh no.
Ah, it just blasted out my table. At my roll tray even.
We can only take 3d8 damage then, sorry.
No, I have more d10s to hand. 9, 15, 16, 19 points of thunder damage, and you are incapacitated until the end
Jesus.
of your next
Ooh.
turn.
Good thing he's at the top of the round.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And
That's, whew.
however, Shield of Faith is still up.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I wasn't holding any
and
spells.
at this point, I imagine, now that it's attacked one of you, I might as well switch to some fight music. So, always volatile reaction. Cool. In that case, that will be its turn as I find the 10s to put them back up on, because I have to put them with the highest number facing up, because that's how my brain works.
Yeah.
Spanner, and it would be
Yes.
Semarel acting simultaneously, because you both got 17 and I run simultaneous initiative because it's really good fun. However, you're incapacitated, Semarel, until the end of this turn. So Spanner,
Better.
as you're just now you've caught your balance, there's 1 foot stuck to the chest, 1 foot planted firmly, probably with the little arcane cannon just leaning. Oh, I just headbutted the mic. Leaning on you to help you keep your balance a bit more.
Yeah. She's gonna take out her unalive stick, and at disadvantage, because we're right there, she's gonna fire it at the treasure chest.
Nice.
15.
15 should hit, I believe. I accidentally lost the mimic page. Let me double check. Mimic. Please load. Thank you. Yes, that easily hits. Don't have a
Alright,
super
so
high
9
AC.
9 points of fire bolt action. And
Nice.
Ooh, Bolt Action. That's a nice name.
there we go. Her bolt thrower. Then I don't.
And it was 9 points of damage, you said, yeah?
Yeah. I'm just checking. I feel like it's a bad idea to use the force ballista. So she's not. She's just going to make panic
Force it
sounds
5 feet
towards-
back, lose possibly the foot, likely the
Right.
boot.
So yeah, she's just going to bonus action make panicked noises towards Sim, and
To be honest, I would be
kinda
nice
pop.
and rule that, like, if you know it's gonna force it back, you could make it so that your foot comes out the shoe as the shoe is ripped off your foot, not taking the foot with it. But anyway.
yeah, no, it's fine. That's what we're done.
Cool. That ends Spanner's turn. That ends Samarel's turn.
Oh wait,
Who's-
sorry.
wait,
No.
wait.
Instead of at the mimic, the force ballista, there's still a dragon, so we can
Yes.
fire it at that. That's
There's a
what we can do.
dragon on the roof. La 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 la. Also, if you're flying and you've just been incapacitated, oh, it's knocked prone that drops you, isn't it? Yeah. I was like, does that drop you out the air? The like 5
well, it's-
feet that you'd started to drift up.
Yeah.
15 hits.
Okay.
Because I know you said you'd started flying, so I assume it'd be like 5 feet.
Yeah, that'll do.
All right, 19 points, and it's knocked back 5 feet.
19 points of damage. Ow.
Kaboosh! And also, probably everybody's ears hurt a little bit. Sorry about that.
Yeah, as you watch Thorgol and Themarel are hit by this breath weapon and start to, like, stagger, you hear all of you in your head, I am all powerful, and then... Ow!
Yes, how about no?
As it's smashed for 19 points of damage. Where's my character? There it is.
That will end my turn.
Oh man. He's looking pretty hurt already. And it's forced back 5 feet. As it skitters across the ceiling. Cool. Mimic's turn. Now the lid of the chest starts to open. And it is going to bite at your foot, I suppose, somehow. Physics. Does it have advantage because it's grappling you? Yes, advantage on any attack rolls against any creature grappled by it, and anything stuck to it is considered grappled. Cool.
Yes. Correct.
Ooh.
Oh.
24 to hit.
It does.
So, one of these. Oh, I forgot to put my phone on silent. That's very much my bad. It's buzzing against my microphone. I hope that wasn't being picked up. 6 points of piercing damage, and oh no, I just rolled max on that. 8 points of acid damage.
Yeah.
As it starts consuming the foot.
Zip, 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 zip.
As the debilitating breath is wearing off, you look and you're like, where's Spanner? Spanner was opening the chest, right? And you look and the chest is just hungry hippoing her foot. Thorgol.
End of my turn.
Incapacitated, yeah. Dragon time. Let's roll. It doesn't. Cool.
Just does it again, recharges, hits again.
You'd be surprised how often that's happened to me, and it's devastating.
Oh yeah.
It's going to cast Alarm. No. That'd be great, though. It's going to skitter across the ceiling. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 would get it here. So it skitters across the ceiling and it's going to drop down and try and bite at Spanner is your name.
I find it weird that this mimic token is bigger than the dragon.
Well, it's a wormling.
I understand, it's just funny.
It's gonna miss. As it, your soul is mine. It kind of just awkwardly crash lands and skids across the floor a bit and scrabbles back to its feet. And that will end its turn. That's all it can do. Spanner.
Yes.
It is your turn as the Sapphire
is.
Dragon crashes down from the ceiling at it as it attempts to bite you and misses.
Everybody coming at. All right. I guess she should try to get her foot unstuck. Would be a good option. What's that? Doesn't matter which one she goes with, so we'll do athletics, and then we'll use a flash of genius. Hopefully, we'll have 14 get unstuck.
Double check. Adhesive, escape DC 13, yeah.
Sweet.
So you're just like, as the mouth opens to take another bite on the foot, you manage to pull free. Oh, it's also simultaneous as well. Semirel's turn. You're not incapacitated anymore. Simultaneous initiative. Come on, people. Let's have some fun. As you see Spanner pull her foot free and start to move back.
As he comes back to his senses, looks over to Spanner and glad to see that she is safe and away from danger. He's going to move and descend so that he's standing on the ground, and he's going to draw back his Morning Star. Today is not your day, and he's going to go to wallop each of them in turn.
Has George been
Dragon
attacked by a
first.
tabaxi? Nice.
Let's see. That's a 19 to hit.
to hit the Sapphire Dragon.
The dragon, first of all, yeah.
It hits.
Sweet. That's going to be a whole 7 points piercing damage.
As there's a
And
moment
you know-
you're worried that the scales themselves might be actually as hard as the gems they look like, but it feels like a normal dragon to you as you just...
That's good. 7 points piercing damage, non-magical, if that makes any kind of difference. And however, there is going to be another 2d8 radiant come through, as he's going to unleash his fury on this poor thing, and that is going to be 14 points of radiant on the dragon, and then
Poor dragon.
it's going to then.
My poor baby.
It got given a chance. He's then going to go and follow up and take a swing at the hungry chest. Oh, no! Oh, you know, it teeters on the edge of a 19 and just goes 3. Yeah,
That just
12
hits.
to hit. Oh,
Just
yes! Alrighty, for 13 points of piercing damage, and using his last first level spell slot, kaboom! We're going to smite again for another 2d8 because he is angry. And that is going to be... What a waste of a spell
He is
slot.
angry.
Yeah.
It'll
He used a
sparkle.
lot. He was really angry at the dragon, seemingly not quite as angry at the mimic that was eating Spanner. And that is going to be a further 2 points of radiant.
He reaches up
He is
the
going
Morning
to-
Star for that beam of sunlight again, and there's just a tiny little sparkle tip.
Mm.
The little ball on the head, and just boom, crunch.
And you know what? As a bonus action, because action economy is a thing,
It is.
he's going to harness his divine power.
As you hold up the Morning Star
No, he's
again
not.
and
No, he's
through.
not.
Oh,
Nothing
happens.
No, he's not. No, it's fine. Because
Cool.
I've only got... yeah, that's fine. That's the end of his turn. Thank you.
perfect. Mimic time. Yes, mimic time. Mimic is going to pretend to be a chest. No. It's as it was like attempting to bite down on Spanner, you watch as she manages to wrench her foot free and scrabbles back as you swing down with the Morning Star, and as the lid was like opening to take the bite, it crunches down. As it's forced back down, you see a couple of the like wooden, sharp, jagged teeth of the chest splinter, and then it starts to slowly open again, and you see this tongue start to rise up out of the chest, and it towards you, Semirel, as it attacks with its pseudopod. The P is no longer silent. 19 to hit.
That's a hit.
Nice. Where's my D8? There it is. We always use the metal ones because they're intimidating. You take 8 points of bludgeoning damage, and the tongue sticks to your chest.
Ew.
Because it's still in its object form, and that's adhesive.
Ignore that one. That's 5. Oh, yeah. Constitution saving throw for the Shield of Faith.
Cool.
I did a Constitution check, but the modifier's much higher.
Cool. Awesome. That ends its turn. Thorgol!
Cool.
Shaking off the last
quick-
of the incapacitation.
Quick question.
Quick
Can
answer.
you use... So obviously this Divine Smite is when you hit with a melee attack.
Yes.
Can you also use a Spell Smite if you use Divine Smite?
I
Like if the
think
if the
so,
spell
'cause-
is a bonus action?
Yeah, because the Divine Smite doesn't specify it uses an action, right?
Yeah, it just says you burn a spell slot to do it when you hit with a melee attack.
It makes sense to me, and it's also burning double the spell slots anyway, so...
Okay, cool. Because that's
I
what
allow
we're
it in my
about to
Curse of
do.
Strahd game, I think. I think it's how it works. I've never seen otherwise, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. But at the same time, you're wasting
use
your
those
spell
resources.
slots. Yeah,
Yeah. Use them resources. Use them resources.
Well, same
Alright,
way.
so
you're using your spell slots, so
yeah.
it's
Oh, we're
fine.
not
Gotcha.
to the final battle, so.
Yeah.
What?
True.
No, there's no
Very
battles left, what?
Good point. Um, Yeah.
I was about to check
So-
something, and I can't remember what it was. Oh.
Bonus action, you're going to watch as, again, the white furred four-horned form takes hold,
Nice.
which gets me another d10 of temporary HP. That's not any better, 6 points. And then I
So
will
that
take
replaces
2
the
swings.
old temporary HP if you hadn't lost it all.
Oh no, I did with that 19 points.
Cool.
What do you mean
double-checking.
if I still have
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
temporary?
No,
Come
I was
on,
just
man.
double checking you weren't accidentally
Yeah,
stacking
yeah.
temporary hit points.
I
'Cause it
gotcha.
happens occasionally.
Yeah. And then I will use. Oh man.
Yay, volatile reaction. Duh.
Yeah, I'm gonna do 2 attacks. Both are gonna be on the dragon, with 2 hands on my battle axe. So
Okay.
drop the shield again. I need it. So the first one is a 22 to hit,
Hits.
and that is 12 points of slashing damage. I believe it's magical. I don't think. No, it doesn't say. Nope, just slashing. Okay. I won't.
Cool.
And then the second attack is
Well,
a.
With the first attack, as Sumerel is just mercilessly beating it with the Morning Star, you all hear in your heads, "You can't kill me, I'm the Guardian, I am eternal, I am..." And as it's, like, about to say death, this axe just straight into its back, and it's, "I am dead." Slowly slides
Enough of
off
that.
the top of the Mimic.
I have enough voices in my head. I don't need another. And then second attack was an 11, which would have been on the mimic. I'm assuming it misses with 11.
Yes, just.
Okay. So yeah, that ends my turn then.
Cool. And Spanner.
All right. Spanner.
As you're like,
is
"Hey, watch
going-
out, guys, it's sticky," you just watch the tongue and sticks to Semirel, whose turn it also is.
All right. Sure. We'll just. Whip our wand gun back out.
Fanning
and
the hammer on it.
16 points of firebolt,
Nice.
Nice.
and then
Yeah, so
scuttlebutt.
I was about to change the health and then realized you're probably gonna scuttlebutt it.
Yeah,
So
I got a
16,
scuttlebutt.
and then
And that's
some-
Jesus.
So for the viewers and for Lawrence, just in case you didn't know from stuff we've done before, we do the nice crit rules where you maximize one set and you roll the second set of dice. Because nothing sucks more than having like 3d8, you crit, you rolled 3. And then you roll 3 more d8 and you rolled 3.
So 41 points.
Huh!
Jesus Christ.
Would you like to
We're just-
describe your kill?
Samarel and Thorgol are here just to look pretty. That's it.
Samuel just tosses his hair. It's fine.
Yeah, she.
41!
That's it. You dump, yeah. She does her usual, how about no? And first fires off a shot with her wand blaster, blows the smoke, and then clicks her tongue, and Scuttlebutt kind of hunches down just a little bit with its little crabby legs out, and you hear the whirring noise of its little internal mechanisms really like rev up, and it kind of glows just a little bit, and then it lets out a beam of force that shatters the mimic, leaving the tongue for just like a second on Sim's
Nice.
chest before it plops down like with a sticky hand on a window.
Yeah.
Yep. I got it.
As the front of
Did well once
Semirel's
more.
armor is just covered in slime.
Oh, and then she'll walk over and she'll presto him clean.
Nice.
Thank you, Spanner.
It's the little
Just
things.
like, what the, yeah.
So a question then, do your spells like Presto, do they look like normal magic or do they look like little invention things? Because I know you can do either or for Artificer stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna look like little let's see. Like teeny tiny little maid bots.
Nice.
Like little they just kind of cover and they just she holds out a hand and kind of like blows they're like teeny and she blows them at his chest and they just
Nice.
spick and span, clean him right up, and she, I this time I have your back. And she's very proud of herself.
It's alright.
While they're working, do they also play like a little music box jingle version of Car Wash?
Yeah. Mhm. There's one specifically for this. So it's like a bunch of cleaners and then one little minstrel bot.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yep. They're kind of like the little what is the brand of bathroom cleaner? It might be
Scrubbing bubbles.
Scrubbing bubbles. They're like those. So like the bottom has like a little rotating brush, but instead of like a little dome, it's a little
Nice.
lady. Teeny tiny little ladies.
They do the cleaning so you don't have to.
like that.
Nice. As this
Thank you,
dragon
Spanner.
onto the floor,
Uh,
Thorgal takes
Is it
the axe
safe
out.
to assume? Is it safe to assume there is blood from the mimic, like it's a creature that bleeds?
It
kinda
does
everywhere.
bleed.
Is it just kind of smattered everywhere?
Yeah.
Uh,
It was
There is.
interesting. You saw like this smattering of like wooden shards as if a chest had exploded, and then you watch as it like slowly shifts and turns into either amorphous creature parts that were part of the mimic's original form or actual blood.
if possible, as Thorgal is like kind of wiping himself off a little bit, if there's enough blood kind of stuff, he'll dip his gauntlets in them, trying to kind of coat them.
Sure.
I can clean. No, you did not.
No,
want
no,
to clean.
no, no,
Okay,
don't clean the gauntlets, please, ever. No, like ever.
Okay.
Just let him be edgy. But Mom.
She's obviously very like gross. Okay.
Cool.
Our new friend is very gross.
Different. There are different standards, but he is an intimidating fighter. Let us be thankful.
There's magic in blood, I have found.
There are a
In a
lot of
sense.
things in blood that I have found.
It's very fair. And you can see now, as well as you have the time to kind of look around, it very much seems like you can see holes and such in the walls, in the ceiling. One hole very much looking like the hole that this dragon seemingly climbed in through, whether it was while it was still underwater or since it has risen to the surface. You can see like the occasional scale still kind of caught in the jagged hole left in the roof.
Does any of it seem worth harvesting?
If you want, yeah. I assume Thorgal didn't just go to town food processoring the
No.
dragon. He
Once,
just kind of...
once the head was
Yeah,
away
one
from
to
the
the back of
body,
the
he
neck.
would've-
It's dead. Is there anything else still alive?
Yeah.
Kind of thing, because it was mid-fight, so it's still harvestable if you were wanting.
I mean, just like if it's actual like could be gems, she could fashion.
So it's
them
not
for, I don't
actual
trade for
gems, but it
later or
is
something.
very much a gem dragon.
Well,
So
you know
it's
what?
the gem-like scales.
She's got leather working. Yeah, she'll.
Mhm.
She'll.
So Semirel's going to take a moment to heal himself and offer out healing. Is there anyone who requires some medicine, some healing?
Thorgal.
Feeling, I want Samarel healing.
Yes.
Thorgal will go up next to Samurai. I'll be like, you look a little flush. Are you feeling okay? And I'll put my hand and again wipe the hand across the holy symbol and place it on you and give you 10 points from my lay on hands.
Samurai takes a step the fuck back. So, excuse me?
We don't do that here.
This is important. I just cleaned. Oh.
Yeah, it's like it's gone.
But you notice as it touches and the blood is only there for a minute before it kind of poofs into little sparks of fire and kind of heals you for 10 points.
Yes, thank you. And you see him sort of like rub at his chest where he was just healed allegedly, and he just sort of rolls out his shoulder, trying to stretch out his chest. He goes, I cannot deny, Thorgal, that took the edge off of that. Please allow me to repay the compliment. And it lights up his hand.
Just slaps him.
Healing hand on the head, just headbutts him. No.
Nice.
Allow him, so, Spanner, he looks over to her. Are you injured at all? That was harrowing. You can have 10 points, by the way, Morgul.
You can
yeah,
see there's
her leg is mauled.
tooth hold in Spanner's boot.
There's
and
like a pool of
all
blood
up the
by her
trouser
foot.
leg, yeah. That was a real bitey chest.
Yes, I am hurt, please.
Just right, hold still. Can I do a medicine check to see how gnarly the foot is? Like, is there any kind of vague concerns that the foot's going to be an issue long term? Oh, thank God for that. 25.
Definitely doesn't look like any sort of long-term issue. Seems
Good.
like she managed to retreat quickly enough. It's bad, but healable.
Yes.
As Samuel's doing the check, Thorgal just kind of grabs it. If it's too bad, we can amputate.
That doesn't seem to phase her at all. She's like,
Makes
yes,
sense.
this option. I do not have a thing ready at the moment, but maybe later on.
I have a halfling friend who has an arm.
So another 10 points of healing to from lay on hands to Spanner.
Gets her almost back to full.
Nice.
You know what? You can. We're gonna overcharge, but it's fine. It's gonna use his action to use a healing hands. So bam, there's another 9.
Heck.
But obviously another 5.
Heckin'. So
Cool.
nice.
Yeah.
What is that? Is that like a pat on the top of the head or something?
Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah. It's like, oh, you did well. Like just like a little like mess of the hair and like a little stroke. You did well. You have you have come a long way. And yeah, healing hands.
Nice. Cool. So you are now alone in this dark chamber of secrets.
She'll pick up Scuttlebutt. And where to now? We go?
I think that's a good idea. Deeper into this temple, see what else there might be. Because that clearly wasn't a treasure chest. In case you guys
No.
couldn't tell.
Was not.
Looks down at shredded trouser leg. Couldn't have guessed.
Thank you, Kahir, you're here.
Cool blue pants later is what she's gonna have.
Oh yeah. Cool.
I'm writing that down.
Do we maybe want to take a quick breather before we venture? I don't know if anyone needs a slight little recharge of anything, perhaps.
Do you need a little nap? I can help with a little nap.
It probably couldn't hurt. Little short hour break.
Oh, not even.
No, not even.
Not even. Yes. You just make yourselves very comfortable. And she'll fuck it. Get out little teacups. Pour some water in it. Presto them to taste like nice chamomile tea and pass them out.
Nice.
And then when you sip the tea, your ass will get knocked out for 10 minutes.
What is this?
Yeah,
This is
Such a
catnap.
good spell.
Oh.
okay.
So the
And
tea
is it the
comes out.
benefits of a short rest or long rest?
Yeah.
Or
You get the benefits of you pass the fuck out, and then you get the benefits of a short rest, but it only takes 10 minutes.
oh,
Nice.
that's fucking awesome. Cool.
When the tea comes out, Semirel sort of like smiles.
Simral
and
knows
just
what's
drink-
coming. He's like, yeah,
Yeah.
drink the tea. And
It's good.
Thorgol's like, okay.
Yeah, necks it.
Thorgol will kind of look at it, smell it a little bit.
Trust me, Thorgol, it is.
Mm.
You will enjoy it.
I like to imagine as you're saying that you just pass the fuck out.
Yeah,
halfway through.
it's really good. Will you be all right on your own, Spanner, for a short while?
Yes, it is only 10 minutes. I will wake you if something happens.
Thank you.
Already has
Okay.
half of her tinkering tools out.
Well, here's to interesting experiences, and he'll drink it. And I'm also gonna burn a. Let's see what's my health at? Yeah, I'm gonna burn a single hit die as well.
Ooh.
Cool. So, excuse me.
Cool. That actually gets me really close to full health.
It's one.
I'm actually right back at full. It's cool.
Let's see.
So is Spanner doing anything during the short rest?
She'll deal with the getting some of that hide to make cool blue
Sure.
pants for later, and
I
then
will
she'll
say
use one of her.
In the interest of keeping stuff time friendly, just give me a survival check. Rather than me using my official supplement rules of supplementariness.
Nope, no blue pants. She got a nat one. That's fine. That's all. It was just gonna be flavor anyway. I wasn't really.
Yeah.
All right. She sees it's a total waste, so she doesn't do that. So instead, she uses her.
The excuse
One of her
is that the
infusions to
dragon
get us-
just wasn't developed enough, you know?
Yeah, it's just too small.
Yeah.
But she's got a ring on her finger that glows, and she expends a charge to get back one of her spell slots,
Nice. Goddamn artificers.
and that is what she does.
Cool. In that case, the 10 minutes pass as you probably just make your attempts at the dragon, realize it's a bit futile, use your ring, and then in like the remaining 5 minutes probably do a little bit more tinkering on whatever you've been tinkering with recently that was portable enough that you could bring it with to the temple.
Oh yeah.
And you guys awaken to the sound of ticking and tinkering.
That's some strong stuff. Oh,
But you
I feel
feel
great.
better?
oh, I feel amazing. Let's go find something else to kill.
Thank you, Spanner. I always appreciate that. As he sort of stands up and ticks over and just goes through his sort of ritualistic red shield, morning star armor. Yeah, good to go. Let's do this.
Malarica. Cool. So there is obviously the rest of the room. I assume you just recast light when you wake up because the light doesn't last super long. Does it?
It's an hour.
Oh, it's an hour. Oh, so yeah.
Mm.
Worth recasting anyway. It's a cantrip.
Yeah, bing. It's a
Um,
cantrip. It's dead.
Yeah, I got it confused with the fact that cantrips normally just last 6 seconds. That's what it is. Cool.
This is a special cantrip.
Yes, because all it does is light things up, so it's not broken.
Yeah.
We'll say, for the interest of time, you have a little explore of this long chamber, and you do see in one corner, as I look at my map, you do see in one corner of this chamber there is a worn staircase that's kind of disappearing down. There's a slight curve and an almost spiral, but not quite to it, as it disappears into what looks to be very cold, very dark, waist-deep water, and you can smell kind of the salt and the seawater filling your lungs as you make your way towards the stirs.
The stirs. Thurgle will be in the lead, kind of slowly making his way down. He'll take the curve down and see what he sees down the rest of the stairs.
You see water, earth,
Fire. And heart.
I was going for the last airbender, actually.
I got that. I got you, Mitch.
Long ago, the 4 nations lived in harmony.
Doing the whole thing.
Basically, right as you guys are getting behind me in the stairs, you'll just hear Thorgal say, "We might have to swim a little bit. I'm not sure how deep it is."
Yeah, you're not entirely sure, but for the most part, it seems like it'll be waist deep by the time you hit the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. How tall is
Flashbacks to the wishing
Stanner
pool, am I
and
right?
Samrael, right?
You're all good. We are fine. This group.
Okay.
Everyone's 6 foot here.
Yeah. Samuel is just going to use at
You
some
must
point
be this
before.
tall to use the stairs.
That's it. At some point before heading down the stairs, Samuel is going to just offer a quick prayer to Kahir and just regain a first level spell slot.
Nice, nice, nice.
Very nice. Thorgal's going to start moving down the stairs.
Yeah.
Splish splosh,
Spanner will
clip
just kind of
clop.
stay in the middle,
Cool, cool.
sandwiched between the two big fellers.
You
Splish splash, I was taking a bath.
you make your way down the stairs, and they do eventually open up into what appears to be a large flooded chamber. Again, the water is still kind of waist height, but it's very much still counts as flooded. There's water where there shouldn't be. It's flooded.
As
And
we get to the
Thorgal,
entrance.
give me a
Yeah.
perception check as you're taking the
Okay.
lead.
Okay, cool. I was actually totally gonna also use something as I got into the doorway, if you will allow. Good sir.
Oh! What were you going to use?
Divine sense.
No. There is no celestial fiend or undead.
Cool. Okay, and then perception is a 4.
As I...
Jesus.
Cool. It's real dark
Maybe
and
Thorgal
watery
should
in
never
here.
take the lead ever.
It's real dark, real water. You're having a good old time splish. You know what it is? You're splashing and wading through the water, and some of the salt water gets in your eyes, and you're just
Definitely.
It's a little blurry now.
Thorgal is kind of also probably focused on not keeping his arms kind of down, kind of keeping them up at the ready, and also to keep the gauntlets out of the water for a little bit.
Nice. But yeah. Welcome to the chamber.
Cool. We'll move in a little further.
Dookie dookie.
I'll move about
Mhm.
5, 10, 15, 20 feet inside.
You can, with your dark vision, I will give you... Actually, no, I won't, because you screwed your perception check. I won't give you
I'm gonna be
anything.
nice.
Nah.
I won't give you anything.
Yeah.
You chose to make the perception check and you failed.
You told me to roll one.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't choose nothing.
I know.
No goodness.
I'm just being a good DM and gaslighting you.
Right.
That's what we're supposed to do, right?
Yeah.
That's how we
be
win.
manipulative.
Cool. It just looks
Yeah,
like a
so-
large flooded chamber as the dim light starts to spill in from Spanner, slowly creeping in through the middle.
Yeah, Spanner will actually step back and let Sim get ahead of her now. As the space is opened up.
Shall
Thank you.
And then she sticks Scuttlebutt to the wall. Yep.
That was what the tinkering was. You were adding little suction cap feet. Cool.
What is this place?
Not-
It smells foul.
Look, I took a shower 2 days ago, alright?
You, I mean, as definitely the more religious one, you would probably have a decent idea. This might have been some sort of ritual chamber or like a gathering place for prayer, possibly at some point before it got flooded. And what was that perception check? Because I do believe
Samuel goes and places a hand on it, sort of runs his hands along the wall as he wades through some of the water. And
yes,
I-
one
I've-
is always
yes.
awake. So perception.
I've seen similar.
20.
This is ritual rooms for prayers and gatherings. It is a shame that it has fallen into such state.
As you
it's gonna
hear
get-
shifting within the water, and the sound of water dripping off something as a dark shape starts to rise up from the center of the pool, looking almost serpentine or crocodilian.
This is not good.
Spanner, stay back. And Morningstar.
Thorgal is gonna just move up and release a spell at it.
As another crocodile seems to
Oh fuck!
up from the water. What spell are you releasing?
Yep.
George's getting
Hold
PTSD
person.
right now.
Yeah, very much so.
Person?
Uh,
I don't think hold person would work on it. You'd need hold monster, no?
oh,
Yeah, and at
humanoid,
level
oh.
9, you would know that.
okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
New spells that I've never
Yeah,
used
yeah,
before. So
I know,
thank
but your
you.
character would know.
Yeah,
so it's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah. Thank you.
As
Uh,
Thorgal comes wading out, because one of them was awake and noticed you guys, the
Oh,
other three are gonna
fucking
pop up and say
Jesus,
hi
Nick.
as George's
Oh,
PTSD kicks in.
Don't. The first version of Semirel was killed permadead by one of these. Oh.
Nice.
Yeah.
PTSD
Don't
for
worry.
everybody.
That's
It's
it.
a normal one. This isn't homebrew. As 5 heads
should get-
emerge from the
Where's
water.
Scott?
Okay. Can I change the spell? I'm kidding. I'll burn the spell slot for whole person since
Well,
the
no,
character
no,
wouldn't know.
because you would have
Oh,
known, so
okay.
you don't
Okay.
burn the spell slot.
Okay. Could
Would
I
be
still
nice.
cast a different spell then? Is that okay?
Sure, as the heads
Okay.
are rising up out of the water.
Yeah. Let me read it, make sure. Turn it in. Cool. Yeah. I'm going to burn that one then. I'm trying to think. How long would you say Samariel and Spanner have been with Thorgal? Have we decided yet? I don't know. Probably not long, really, maybe. I'm assuming not.
Month
Maybe.
or two, maybe.
The boat
However long
ride.
you guys decide. Yeah, the boat ride. However long that's been.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a month.
Okay. So you probably would have seen at some point this happen. You begin to hear these deep, strange words beginning to be uttered out of Thorgal's mouth. And he's in the light enough where Samarel, you can see his lips begin to crack and almost chap incredibly fierce as I'm going to use maddening
water.
whispers on whatever it is. And I need a charisma saving throw.
Oh,
Yes, and
nice.
Can all 3 of you make a wisdom save, please?
Oh.
As the void speech issues forth.
So is it any time I use void speech that happens to anyone that can hear
Nope.
it?
Well, it depends. I can kind of.
Because this
call it.
one doesn't say anything about anybody who hears it.
Yeah, but there's just a thing in general about using.
Okay,
void
that's
speech.
what I was asking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I was going to say Pepper gets a +3. Pepper. Spanner gets a +3.
Call
However.
it Peppa, I guess.
My save DC is a 15.
Well, I got a 3, so.
It's not against your save DC, so don't worry.
Oh.
Ooh. Does Banner get a madness?
Lindsay knows where I'm going with this. And Lindsay loves
Banner
it.
gets a madness?
Yes, these are the side effects of hearing void speech. Where is the madness page? I have it bookmarked, and I never turn to the right bookmark because the DMG has a lot of madness and stuff. Here we
the
go.
definition of madness: doing something over and over again and expecting a different result.
That's
Yes.
insanity.
Remember last time when Yuri was like, "Hey, I'll save everyone. Check this out." Used void speech and instantly knocked Mary unconscious.
Yeah.
For like 2 sessions.
Oh
It was
god.
fine.
Lindsay,
Well, here I go again.
what was your total? Oh, it was a
3.
6. Cool, because of the +3 from
Oh, well,
Summerall, isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah. So 6. And what was Thorgol's wisdom save?
Oh, did I? Oh, I even needed to make one
Everyone
there.
who hears void speech.
Oh, fuck. Okay, that just makes me reconsider my life choices now.
Yeah, I don't even know why you keep this ability. It's terrible.
It
Well,
doesn't happen
it's a-
every
good.
time, but there's some good payoffs for it.
You said wisdom save.
Yes.
No aura benefits, I'm afraid.
Oh, that is a 12 total.
Cool. So, Lindsay, would you like to roll D100s for me, please?
Hundreds. No,
Yeah, the percentiles.
yeah, I got you.
61.
61. That's not too
No
bad. That's not too bad.
benefit.
Would you like to roll a single D10 to determine how long?
Damn it.
7.
For the next 7 minutes, you are experiencing vivid hallucinations and have disadvantage on ability checks.
Oh, jeez.
Which isn't too bad, it's just ability checks. It's not too bad. Could be worse. You could have knocked her
Yeah,
unconscious.
Her eyes get real wide.
In the
She just
waist
sort of
deep
starts looking
water.
around. Yeah.
Being unconscious is real bad.
Yeah, I was waiting for unconscious, actually.
Just start drowning. But yes, so the Maddening Whispers goes off, is what you were doing, wasn't it?
Yeah, Maddening Whispers, the spell.
Did I already roll or did I not? I don't think I
You
did.
never said if you did. Charisma saving throw.
A charisma save actually does
Yeah.
change things. That is a 15.
15 just matches.
Oh.
Okay.
As
Um,
Thorgol just starts to... These whispers coming out of his mouth. And everyone can roll initiative. Because you poked the Hydra.
I won't.
And boss fight music.
Oops.
19.
It's actually
Nice.
should have been a dis.
Sure, it's not going to
Oh,
allow
yeah.
me in again.
Which is really weird, because I see
It's
your
just trying to
initiative roll
keep you
pop up.
safe.
Wait, no, it has added
Oh,
you
I'm in! I'm in! Found it, cool.
We did it. We did it, Mum. Cool.
Banner should actually be 12.
Cool.
It should have
I
been
will
this.
edit that. Not that it makes a huge... It doesn't make a difference. Because it's 19, 17, 14, 5. So I'm happy to leave it at 14. Cool.
That would have been so good if that would have landed.
Thorgol.
Fuck. Yeah. Okay.
Your turn.
Well, we're gonna. Yeah, we're gonna
Okay.
stick with the typical bonus action of once again the black
5
shadow
seconds.
kind of, and you see the white for 4 horns once again.
Nice.
Will replace whatever temporary HP I have once again.
Heavy metal starts playing.
Mm.
Let's see. Is that any
The
better?
Doom
Hey,
music.
that's a lot better. 10 points of
Nice.
temporary HP. As
Semirel gets the Terminator music, Thorgol gets the Doom music.
He will keep his shield on his arm this time.
Mhm.
And let's see, how far away am I? I can get up to it.
Like 10 feet.
Yeah, I'm gonna charge up, take a swing.
It
with
has
my
sentinel!
battle axe. Oh, first one is a natural 1. That's,
Nice.
That's great. Second attack is a... Ooh, that's better. 24 to hit.
Hits.
Okay, so that's going to be 1d8 plus 5. Going to use a Divine
So,
Smite as
With
well.
that first swing, it's kind of like the classic movie style Hydra fight as you come running in and the heads are just swarming you and you're trying to fend them off and swing at the same time with the shield and axe. And you manage to slice across the side of one of the heads for 10 points of damage.
Points of damage plus... where the heck is it? Divine Smite. 1d8 for each. 2d8. So 3d8 of necrotic damage because I'm going to burn a second level.
Cool.
As I slash across the first one, this just pulse of black necrotic energy explodes from my axe for 17 points
27
of
total,
necrotic
yeah?
damage. Yeah.
Not a bad opening move.
And that will end his turn.
Nice. That ends your turn. Cimarel.
Yeah, Cimarel's going to glance over to Spanner. Stay behind that corner. Morningstar, he's going to go charging in, and he's going to shout something. Let's do it Celestial, because he can. He's going to shout, Kahir, guide my hand. He's going to use his action to... The deity you are trying to reach is currently unavailable.
Press one. For Draconic.
That's it, yeah. Paladin just becomes
He just
useless.
withers.
Yeah. He's going to use his Channel Divinity.
Although actually, speaking of withering, as the sound of the void speech is echoing around the room, there's trickles of blood coming from Spanner's ears. Cimarel, as you start moving and the hair starts whipping up, you see some of the strands of hair are falling out as you're moving. And then you use your Channel Divinity.
So he's going to imbue his weapon with all of the holy righteousness that Kahir can impart on him, and he's going to move his full 4 feet.
Nice.
Which is, I'm going to use the ruler for, but I will get that done. And can I do a bonus action? I can do some bonus action stuff.
As the symbol of an upturned sword with a set of scales for its crossguard blazes on your shield.
That's it. Yeah, no. He's just going to take his movement, and that's going to be his turn. Thank you.
Okay. I need to remember to actually do the green highlight tracking if you're looking at the combat tracker. There we go.
Cool
Spanner.
beans. How high are the ceilings?
We will call it 60 foot. Because
Sweet.
this is built into
For
a
no
fairly
reason.
high cliff.
Other than she can. She's gonna step forward a little bit, even though she was told not to.
She's an independent firebolt. She does what she wants.
And there's some clicking sound from behind her.
Nice.
Yeah. And
I know where this is
kind of
going.
like metal on metal, chic, 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 chic. As a pair of arcano-mechanical wings pop out of this pack that she has attached to her spine, and she, flaps them, sprays of water.
Nice.
I like to think they don't actually like flap. It's like that's just like the first thing, and then there's just like magic cover sort of deal
Fair
going
enough.
on.
They can be however you want them to be.
That's how I want them to be. And they're definitely more like draconic in design rather than like metal feathers. Just because
Nice.
that's a lot of detail work, and we've not gotten to that point yet. Maybe down the road when she can make blades fly out of them or something.
We'll say
anyway.
the hovering mechanism is like the actual, like each membrane part is just like constantly vibrating like a hummingbird.
Yeah,
and that's what's
like
keeping you up.
So she's gonna do that so that she's out of the water. That's her bonus action. And then as her action, she's going to take her gun wand and just sort of draw in the air. She's also like at the same time, like there's like, I don't know what, she's seeing like dancing sprockets and gears and like a clock that's talking to her as she's hallucinating.
Is it like
But
a
she's
cross
just going to
between?
kind of draw an arc across the room in front of her and cast Wind Wall.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's gonna cut. Let's see. Can I?
No one I play with ever uses wind wall, so tell me what that one does.
All right. Well,
I know it
know
blocks
how to-
arrows. I think I remember that much.
trying to figure out how to actually like make it be on here. I don't want. No, not that. Okay, there's
Would you
not a
like me
line.
to delete that one? Is there not? There should be.
I don't know how to
AoE.
make it.
Default cone
Okay.
square circle. Oh yeah. Very strange.
So
We
basically,
can, you can
across
always
the
use
room,
the draw
almost.
tool.
Where's
Do you have the draw tool, or do only I have it? I have a line tool.
I think only you have it.
Okay, I have a
We
line
have
tool.
we have AOE on our end, I think.
That's fine. I have a line tool. I will use it. So
I can send you a snip of what I want.
you can also double click to ping points on the map
I could do that.
if you wanted to.
I already made a snip.
Fair
All right.
enough.
So that's what I want. And what happens? It's weird that it's not doing the send to game log anymore. That is actually very
Yeah,
annoying.
sometimes that appears, sometimes that vanishes. I don't understand. It shuffles around to different
There it
points on the screen. There it
Now
is.
it works.
Cool, so the live stream is seeing a small snippet of it, I think. And you're doing the wind wall there. Okay, that's doable.
So it needs to make a
Yeah.
strength save, and then the wind stays up. So the idea is to control the environment and keep the Hydra on this side of the wall.
Did that work? That's very
Yes.
thin, but sure.
So on this, keep it on the side that we're on.
Yeah.
Cool, so it needs to make a strength save.
Yeah. Trying to limit.
Steph just said,
movement
oh my
is
god,
the
I jumped
idea."
into the stream. What is happening? Cool. Right, strength save. Does it have any modifiers on the strength save? No magic advantage, no, cool. Life easy. That strength save is a 14.
That fails.
Hell
And I have
yeah.
to check. Because this is still new. Where's the...
As it makes miscellaneous Hydra noises. Roll
Slither,
XP.
slither, hiss, hiss. Bite, bite.
21 points
Ooh.
bludgeoning damage
And it's moved.
because it was
just not.
cast.
21.
I don't think it is moved. It's
Okay.
just if it stays there, it's not gonna have a good time.
Okay.
And she's kind of like in the background, like humming along to this music nobody else can hear. But there's a
Vividly
definite, like,
hallucinating.
yeah, but it's very in time with something.
All the little clocks that are dancing in front of you. Cool. Does that end your turn?
It does. I feel like that was enough. That was enough.
Cool. Cool. Hydra's turn. So the issue is it currently doesn't really have a reason to move. It knows that hurt it once. Does it know it'll hurt it again? Probably not. It's got an intelligence of 2, so it's just going to stand where it is. Right now, it's just having its arse blow dried. And it's going to make its attacks. Attack number 1 on Thorgol is 18 to hit.
That just hits.
And attack number 2 on Thorgol is 14.
Misses.
So attack number 3 is going to go for Thorgol and also miss.
Cool.
So I'll do Thorgol's damage. So that was 1
I'm
hit,
gonna
wasn't it?
use, just one.
I'm
Don't
using
wait
my
on
blue
action.
and gold die because it's the water temple.
No.
6 points of piercing damage. I rolled a 1.
I'm gonna use a reaction.
Okay.
As the Hydra bites into me and pulls its jaws back, obviously a few drops of blood come out, and you watch as it begins to grow a little bit, bubble, and shoot towards it. I'm gonna use caustic blood as a reaction.
Nice. Is that it's a save from me, isn't it?
Needs a dexterity saving throw. Otherwise, it will take.
Natural 20 for 21.
So it doesn't take any damage.
Cool. There is as the blood splatters across the wall and across the Hydra, but it doesn't seem to do much to the Hydra as it rears back and 2 of the heads look like they're about to attack Thorgol and then just suddenly whip over each other towards Semarel for probably a nope. 16.
Nope.
9.
Nope.
With the natural 1, so with the 16, you just smash the first one away with your shield, and you see the other one coming in time to just bonk down into the floor with the Morning Star and just crush it down against the ground as it comes back up, shaking the water off. And Thorgol.
All right. Having taken.
I should have mentioned to Semirel when he was moving that the waist-deep water would have probably been difficult terrain. That's my bad.
So another mechanic question here.
No.
So level 5 feature of Paladin is extra attack. You get to attack twice anytime you take the attack action on your turn.
Sorry.
Does that mean I
wait,
could...
Wait, start again. That was too fast for me to listen
Sorry.
to.
Okay, so extra attack wording for level 5. You can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm only asking rules as written then, an attack action I have is Eldritch Blast, so I could do that twice?
No, that's a spell attack action,
Okay.
not an attack action. I've seen people ask before,
Okay.
and
That's
I'm
fine.
90% sure Jeremy Crawford has literally been like, I think it's actually mentioned in the book as well, it's called, like, the action is casting a spell, as opposed to attack.
Making
so there's
an
attack,
okay, that's fine.
casting a spell, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
Totally cool. Totally cool. Yeah, so I'm going to just try to hit it twice with my axe again.
Okay.
Then first one is a 11.
Will not hit.
Second one is a not gonna hit. That's a 10.
As the heads are just getting all up in your way as Semirel is fighting the other two.
I will, however, use a bonus action to cast a spell. I need it to make a wisdom saving throw, please. As Thorgal will bang his axe on his shield and just kind of say, focus on me. Don't worry about the other two, as I'll cast Compelled to Duel. That is a fail.
Nice.
Yeah, Compelled Duel is second level?
First level.
First level. Cool. So it's a fail, so it's locked into a duel with you, it's disadvantaged to attack anyone else, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And must make a wisdom saving throw each time it attempts to move to a space that is more than 30 feet.
Cool. Does that end your turn?
Yes. What were you going to say, Lindsay? Oh. Sometimes you start down a journey and it just doesn't finish. I understand.
Cool. Then, as you hear the clanging on the shield and the heads start to rear back, Semirel, it is your turn.
Yeah. Semirel was just going to return.
Do the same thing.
Your fight is with me! No, it's with me!
It's fine.
It's just confused.
Yeah, just has a moment. He's going to go in for.
If you confuse it enough, it'll stop attacking and just go back to sleep, right?
That's it. He is going to return the favor, and he says something really cool and witty that I really can't quite get at the moment. Perhaps you should allow Kahir's light to guide you, as he uses his action to cast Crusader's Mantle.
Nice.
That's just cool sounding.
I love it.
Every non-hostile creature in my 30-foot area now gets a bonus 1d4 radiant on every weapon attack.
So Spanner doesn't, I don't think, but
Spanner,
does.
30 feet, I don't know.
Yeah. I think Spanner's
she's
just
35.
like 40 or 35, yeah.
That's
But it's-
okay. She doesn't really
Need it.
weapon attack.
Yeah, it does say weapon attack. Yeah. However, so he's going to use 3rd level Crusader's Mantle.
Nice.
He's now concentrating on that. Morgul gets Thorgal. Thorgal gets an extra 1d4 radiant on each attack.
Nice.
Cool.
White light is trying to fight back against that black ethereal smoke.
Does that end your turn?
That sure does.
Cool. Spanner the Destroyer. Destroyer of men, inanimate objects, and bone snakes.
Maybe Hydra?
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna...
Cast
Can't
9th
use
level, win the
Fireball.
game.
Yeah, you know how that's how I like to do. We're gonna do Scorching Ray.
God damn it.
26 to hit.
26 hits.
That is no longer Compelled to Duel.
So first bolt is 7. Second is 8 points. Sorry, I have to wait for things to get out of the way so I can click the button. Third bolt is only 3, and then it gets an extra 8 because firearm thingy.
As you just
So another
fan the
7.
hammer. So how much total?
So let's see, that's 10, 18, 25?
Is it actually 25? You irritate me so
Yeah.
much, Lindsay.
Scuttlebutt, 19 to hit.
So,
And then 8 points.
you irritate me so much, Lindsay. As
I'm
You
literally
just-
just playing like the most basic build here.
obliterate one of the heads with a, and that's as that neck immediately cauterizes from your goddamn fire damage.
Oh hell yeah!
Nice.
So how much was your damage total? It was 25, then
20.
8 more.
And then 8 from Scuttlebutt.
Yeah. So cool.
All right, and then she'll be like, "Oh, he does not like fire."
That's it.
Shit. This is good.
it
I have a
rears
lot of
back.
fire.
Yeah, I realized that as you walked into the chamber. I was like, hold on a second, what's she been using this whole time?
Have fire. All right,
And then I
that's,
don't have a single fire spell.
what? Listen.
But we love her.
Listen. I've never even played this class before. All right, oh,
I know, you
Maybe
just
she'll have-
accidentally always do the things that hurt me.
'cause
Does
I love
anything
you.
happen on your turn with the wind wall, or is it on the Hydra's turn?
and actually, nothing else happens. It's just she's hoping to fake it out.
Okay,
It's not taking more damage.
cool. Does that end your turn then?
It was a gamble, but it's worth it. You know. That's her turn.
Cool. Well, I mean, right now, it is caught between a wall and a paladin place, so...
Mhm.
Two paladins and a wind wall. Anyone?
Oh, no.
A hydra. Two paladins, a hydra, and a wind wall. Another.
Stop
classic
making
sitcom.
jokes, because I've just nat 20 to bite you.
Oh,
Damn it.
This is what you get for making jokes. It always
Gonna
happens.
use-
The minute you start the
Very
jokes,
serious.
they
Yeah.
start hurting you really bad.
I'm gonna take a reaction to take 1d10
You haven't
damage.
had... Oh, you
and
have had your turn yet.
I
Damn it. Yep, you take your reaction. Because your reaction would have reset because you've had your turn.
Yeah. I'm gonna do. I'll roll a d10 for damage
Mhm.
to hurt myself. So
I
my
hurt myself.
10.
Here at Practical Heroes, we do not actually
12.
endorse self-harm.
Unless
just-
it's evil
No, we
Minotaur
don't.
warlords.
We don't.
No.
Ever.
Round,
No.
we round down, right? So half of 9 would be
Yes.
4.
Yes.
All right, so 12 plus 4, so 16. Whatever incoming damage for this attack is reduced by 16.
Cool, but you have let 10 damage go through, right? Or the
What?
D10 damage.
1d10. So 8 points, which
So-
is fine. I
Take-
have temporary health points.
8 damage. Purposely letting some of the bite come through, and the rest is reduced by 16. So,
Yeah.
that makes my life easy, actually, because it would have maximized the 10, then added the 5. So I'll just reduce 1 from my total. Because of the crit. So the crit would have been 15 damage.
Oh fuck yeah.
Then I roll the
Yeah.
d10 for an
Gotcha.
additional
Okay.
3 points of piercing damage because it was reduced by 16. Yes.
Supposed to be reduced by. I was hoping it was reduced to 0. That would have been great. I would have felt so powerful.
Mm.
So you take 3 points of piercing damage as this head into your neck. And Semirel, as you are stood pretty close to him, you see there is this like burst of etherealness as this spectral satyr comes bouncing out of his body and just tries to hold back the jaws and just isn't quite strong enough to keep the jaws from clenching down on Thorgol's shoulder, just enough to scrape him.
I've been at sea far too long.
Are you beginning to see things?
Jord, I told you to stop it. That was attack number 1. Attack number 2
I
is
know.
a 25.
That hits. And I have
This
no
is what you
reaction,
get.
so fuck me up.
What,
I think
what were
Sim
you about
still
to say,
has his
Lindsay?
boots going, so the thing about the rough terrain, Sim still has his boots going.
Mhm.
So he'd be above it, so it wouldn't have mattered.
He has boots? He has boots.
Yes,
Oh,
boots.
one of your infusions?
No.
It's
Oh.
No, he has
Yes,
boots.
boots. When when we're doing the hooking of the boat right at the start, that's why he looked down at his feet. He's like, I'm just gonna phone this in. I'm just gonna fly over there and bring it back. It's fine.
Ah.
Like, oh, that's cool. Spanner put all that effort in. He's like, all right. Then.
yeah.
10
It was very
points
nice. It was very
of
kind of you.
piercing damage
Okay.
from the second attack. And
Okay.
because you were nice enough to have it focus on you, attack number 3...
That ended once
Oh.
Spanner attacked it.
Okay. Well, it's still a 16 to hit.
That's fine. That misses.
Cool. It's gonna attack you again. Natural 1.
Okay.
See, this is what happens when you stop making the jokes.
I like to live dangerously, Mitch, alright?
And then the final attack is gonna whip out towards Semirel for a 13 and is just
Yeah, whip it out, Mitch.
knocked aside. Right, I whip my snake out towards him and he bats it away.
He says, not okay. Do not like it.
We're in a wet hole with snakes whipping out. It's just not a good time,
Oh, yeah.
guys.
Speaking of not being a good time, it's Thorgold's turn.
Hey.
I will. I'll stick with the classics, take 2 swings at it.
Nice.
First one is a 24 to hit.
Oh yes.
That will actually miss because it is gonna cast Screw You for an armor class of 30.
I will burn a Divine Smite with that as well. So first it's going to take slashing damage, 6 points of slashing damage.
Nice.
And Smite is 2d8 plus 8, so just 2d8. Okay. Oh, plus the d4 from...
Plus D4.
Yeah. So that is 3 points of radiant damage.
Nice.
Yeah.
All the damage types.
And then finally, Divine Smite, he will take 10 points of necrotic damage.
That's what I did wrong.
And so that's with the
I
first
was-
attack.
I was typing it into my calculator just to make absolutely sure I was tracking all your numbers right, and it somehow ended up with more HP instead of losing HP because I accidentally subtracted all of your damage from each other rather than adding them together.
And then, so he'll take that first swing and
Cool.
just kind of in a flourish, just with all his might, follow through to the next head as he rolls gonna probably miss with a 14.
I think it does just miss. Yes.
This is
Okay.
sadness.
As another head
Um,
just comes swinging in from the side and headbutts the axe out the way.
I also will need him to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay. Oh, also, I forgot it shouldn't have actually taken 5 attacks, should it? On that last round. Which is fine, because
Yeah,
4
'cause
of
the
them
last
missed. 19.
19, it succeeds. And then, so that was just from being in my form of dread that it needed to make that wisdom save. Bonus action, I will use Harness Divine Power and regain a 2nd level spell slot. And that ends my turn.
Nice.
Paladins are fun, I'm not gonna lie. First
As,
time ever playing one.
As the light from Semirel was just starting to win over the wisps of smoke from the radiant damage, then you harness Divine Power and it just starts swallowing up the light again. Semirel.
Yeah, so with his now magical Morning Star, he's going to just watch for a moment as
Morning call
he sees the
magical
carnage.
star.
That's it, the magical star. Is going to look over and watch more Thorgol and be like, "Am I going to? Is he going to win? Oh, never mind." It's good. Yeah, and he's going to go in with 2 swings of his magical morning star. Does a 29 hit?
No.
It always feels good to ask that, doesn't it?
I love it. I love it.
One of these
he gets
days I'm going to turn
+4.
around and I'm going to say no and you're not going to believe me.
Mm.
Because it'll be the
that'll be the
Tarrasque,
same day you drop the surprise beholder on us and it's
Yeah.
actually real.
a homebrew
Yeah.
beholder with 30 armor class, but like nothing else. Just everything to screw with you, no way of doing any form of damage.
So 13 points of magical ouchie damage.
Nice.
Yeah. It's piercing. Yeah, now magical piercing. Gonna throw a smite in on there because paladins. So that's 3d8. And that's gonna be. Oh, that's tasty. 16 points of radiant.
Eat it.
Plus the
Radiant.
1d4.
Nice.
Which will give me another 3.
Nice.
That's
As one of the
first
heads
attack.
into the water.
That's the first attack. And yeah, exactly the same again. Good. Oh, press the wrong button there.
My whole tabletop is lag. Nice.
It's not as impressive as the last time, but does a 28 hit?
No.
And he's gonna go for only 7 points of piercing, magical piercing, and then following up with the 4 points of radiant. So that's I'm happy with that.
Nice.
Is there anything else I can do just to twist the knife?
Just to get it in there.
Yeah, I
So
should have
really
done
make
thunder.
sure it
Got it.
sticks.
Yeah, I should have done Thunderous Smite beforehand, but that's a concentration spell. It's fine. Yeah, no, that's it. That's the end of his turn. I'm going to do some maths. That's nice.
Go on, Spanner, hit it with some fire and stop it getting ahead back
Seal
on
it
its
up.
next turn.
All right. We're gonna drop wind wall. It's fun.
Anyway, here's
but
Windwall.
meh. We're getting rid of wind wall. Wind wall's gone. Bye. And
So that was
she's
Windwall.
gonna. Yeah, excuse me. And she's gonna move one of the things that no one else can see out of her way. Little bitty buddy. And
Yeah, they
on
drank the
back of
drugged
wall-
tea, but you're the one tripping out.
I know, right? Oh, and just to be clear, it has to be a willing creature that drinks the tea.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't just she can't just like and
You
then
can't just roofie the tea and give it to someone.
right, on this back wall back here, is where she's gonna focus her next spell. So it's not gonna hit her friends. She casts Fireball.
Jesus
Ooh.
Christ.
Jesus.
For
34.
34 plus 7.
Want to describe your
41.
kill? We've got 2 massive paladins. And Lindsay, who's here, just like, I'm just gonna be, in the background doing my tinkering, and I'm gonna help them, and I'm gonna do some damage, but probably not much. It's just murdering everything. You're just here with all the kill steals.
Oh, I can't keep it up.
Have you actually killed everything?
I
Yes.
think so.
Is it? I think you have killed
Thorgol
everything.
killed the dragon, and that was it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
It's now
but if it makes you
3-1.
feel any better, she doesn't keep up with it. So yeah, she waves her fire shot at the back of the temple thing, and there's like a delayed blast sort of thing because it's also kind of under the water a little bit, just because
Nice.
it looks cool when that happens. So the little ball of fire, she duck.
And Thorgol says, where? I didn't see any ducks coming in.
Yeah. Yeah, the blast fills that whole side of the room and does that like that. I haven't seen many anime, but you know that anime thing where like there's a explosion and you can kind of see the shape still
Oh yeah.
and in the light and it's all spiky and stuff. It's that, and then it dies down. Yeah.
And all that is
got
left
it.
is just bones into the water.
You definitely got it. Don't think there's
Certainly
anything
did.
left.
As the water is
That's-
now significantly warmer, having had a fireball detonate in it.
And that's how Spanner invented hot tubs.
Yes.
Yeah, she'll
Seminar,
just like bring her wings in and sink down into the water. Oh, this is nice. Normally this hurts, but this is nice.
Why are you protecting her? She should be protecting us.
I have to protect her. So I usually have to protect others from her. But shh.
That makes sense.
And as this Hydra slowly sinks into the waist-deep water, there, Semirel and Thorgol, as Spanner comes to join you, bringing the light. Beneath the now still waters, you see the glint of the treasure that had been mentioned. There seems to be a fortune in pearls as dull as the eyes of dead men. So, actually, there's 3 of you. Do you want to roll 1d6 each? And I'll add it together, because it's 3d6 worth of pearls. So, why not roll 1 each?
Got a 1.
3.
3.
Nice. There are 7 pearls. And from the looks of it, again, in the interest of being nice and saving some time for you guys and not having to make rolls because you beat the boss, they look to be worth about 500 gold each.
Holy Nikes.
And with these pearls, you can also see what seems to be, as you kind of like pick up the pearls, they seem to be covering a small jade ring, and then next to where the pearls were seems to be like a stone mask. And a folded piece of fabric that might be some sort of cloak, possibly, from the looks of it.
Hey. We will take these things.
Yes, things are taken.
You take the
Mhm.
things.
We have destroyed the evil. We are only claiming our dues.
Yes.
Sorry, there is nothing from your god.
It's fine. There will always be other sunken caverns that used to be religious temples that just rise out of the ocean. It's fine. There'll be plenty more. It is fine. It is simply one more to cross off the list. But there will
She
always
assumes
be
you're
others.
heartbroken. That's
Yes.
You do.
It's going to be pretty like
Semirel. In your head, however, here. But at least the justice of another god was carried out.
oh yeah,
Wait, where's that
Mitch
dragon?
likes gods to talk.
Hey, that dragon's still alive up there.
Gods are actively at war. They need their people. They talk to them.
He will. He's going to take a knee in the water. Let's do it. He's gonna go find.
It's now like chest high
That's it,
water.
yeah.
Oh,
It's fine. I got this. It's
no, I
fine.
do not think this is a good
Ah.
idea. Okay.
He's gonna go and find just a quiet corner, and he's gonna sort of set up his shield, lay his morning star at the base of it, and create a makeshift altar, and it will just. Over his shoulder as he departs from the other two. He's gonna say, "Dude, please just give me a moment."
There are, in
and he's
fairness
just-
as
he's-
well, you can see where pillars have kind of crumbled or been broken down by possibly this Hydra, and some of them still do stick just a little bit above the water, so if you wanted, you could, like, place the shield on the pillar leaning against a wall, place the Morning Star on it so you could keep your weapons rust-free.
And thank you very much.
Shame
Yes,
about
he
the
will do
armor.
so. It's fine. It's fine. We've been at sea for like a month. The salt air is it's a nightmare. So much presto going on, I'm sure. Yeah, he will be doing just a short religious ceremony, giving thanks to Kahir for guiding his hand and his morning star to glory.
There is a... You didn't quite notice it before, but part of this room, because obviously it doesn't curl around perfectly, it wasn't a spiral staircase, it was just a slight curve, and part of it must rise out somewhere above the water, maybe part of the cliff or something, because this is definitely somewhat subterranean compared to the rest of where you were at, because it did descend down. There must be part of this ceiling that reaches out to the cliff or up to the open air, because there is just a ever so slight faint beam of light coming in from this small hole in the ceiling.
Thank you, Kahir. We live to carry out your work and fight for righteousness.
Now kill
Or another
Thorgar!
day. All right, fine, okay.
If you say
Don't
so.
have to ask me twice. Yeah, ooh, big guy said it. Sorry.
Cool. Is there anything else you would like to do in this final chamber?
I think Spanner is just enjoying the rest of her trip and is being very quiet. Anybody that's close to her can hear the ticking, so she's getting inspired by the things that she is seeing.
Nice.
So she's enjoying the visuals.
Thorgal will probably just try to find one of the bigger teeth if there's anything left and not burnt to ash.
There's definitely some teeth around. Some teeths. You can't burn the skeleton. Well, you can, but
Can't
not
I?
super easily.
With 44 points of damage, you can do a
Yeah.
pretty good job, I think.
As he finds a tooth, you would see he kind of looks at it for a moment, and a slight smile kind of breaks on his face for a split second, and then he kind of shakes it and then puts the tooth in his pocket.
I hope he doesn't sit down too quickly.
Cool. So, you presumably exit the temple,
Mhm.
head back to your boat, make your way back to ship.
Yes.
At
Figure out items.
which
Take a
point
nap.
you come back, probably not like proudly displaying everything. It's more of like a we're just, we're coming back. We'll show people stuff if we want to. And as the boat is hoisted back up onto the ship, you hear, "You like finding them treasures then?"
Unfortunately, there wasn't anything there.
It was just the one treasure, actually. I can't.
All right. Fair enough. Well, you're the ones that went and did it. Your treasure will be found.
For leading us here, you could have a job on the ship. Maybe, I don't know. Captain
Captain
could
already
you have a
offered,
job?
he did.
Good on you.
And just goes back to scrubbing the deck. Someone's
It's
got to
just
do
one-
it.
He's only one rank above the ship's cat.
Oh yeah.
You know what? She feels bad for him. Maybe. I don't know. She has a hard time reading people, but she'll give the little deckhand guy a little like wind up toy, one of those little frogs.
Nice. Nice.
Here you go. This is for you. I made it. That's all it is.
Thank you very
it's
much.
not anything special.
Semiral's going to go and find the central point in the middle of the main deck, and is going to clamber up, so maybe on top of a crate or something, or just kind of swing off the mast.
Hear me, hear me.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I am Semiral. You shall listen. We have made a successful journey. We have fought great evils, and we have returned alive. Please, and he's going to just kind of literally, just because he's a show-offy bastard, he's just going to wave a hand over some nearby crates, and he's going to cast Create Food and Water. Please, drink, eat, refuel yourselves. We shall all feast, that we shall be sailing for another day.
Yeah!
There you
Comes
go.
up from the deck. The singing, the cheering, the dancing, instruments are brought out. Everyone starts eating and drinking. The rum's brought out. One of the good kegs of rum is brought out. The rest is the usual rum.
Yeah.
And your items are yours to do with as you choose. If you would like to identify, ignore,
Yeah.
or whatnot.
Yeah, we This is like her jam. She's got a plus
Oh,
8
yeah.
in Arcana.
So,
Give me to roll it, or she just knows.
are you rolling or are you doing the identify spell? Do you have it?
No, she'd be rolling. I don't
Okay. Do them rolls then, por favor.
So only a 9 on one thing, but a 26 on another
Jesus.
thing.
Oh. It knows literally the day
And
and,
it-
precise
22.
the location of the sun when it was forged.
Knows
9,
the wizard that
26,
made
22. Oh wait, I'll use a flash of genius on that 9 to make it a 13. That's a little better.
Cool. So, seeing as it's not a particularly powerful item, I'll let you have it for 13. The first one, this small kind of jade ring cast in the form of some tentacled creature from the depths, is a band of coils. So for the meta knowledge, once per day you can use your reaction when you're attacked by a creature within 5 feet of you to shoot a spray of ink from the ring, dealing 1d4 acid damage to the creature, and they need to make a dex save or be blinded until the start of their next turn.
Oh, guys, you made me ink.
Exactly. That is exactly it. And the cloak is a cloak of the manta ray, which is not a
I'm
custom boy. It's a
I feel
cloak
I'm
of the manta
familiar.
ray.
I'm familiar with
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah, swim speed and underwater breathing
Yes,
with the hood up.
it's pretty cool. And it looks
And
like
an
a manta ray.
affinity to find Steve Irwin somewhere.
Wow.
Heyo, to
Still
Sorry,
too soon.
yes.
The final thing, as you pick up this carved stone mask, the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure theme tune start. No. You pick up this
I was figuring you'd hear Jim Carrey
stone
in the background.
mask, and somehow you've heard tell of this ancient mask used by ancient cults to speak with forgotten gods. When you
Tracks.
when you don this mask, you are able to cast the spell Contact Other Planes. While it is donned, you are blinded and deafened for as long as it is donned. If you fail the intelligence check that comes along with Contact Other Planes to not go insane, you cannot remove the helmet or the mask until you regain your sanity.
Holy shit.
All right. Well, that one probably needs to stay with
Thorgol, right?
the artificer.
Yeah,
I mean,
nothing more
anybody
than
can take it. I don't care. I don't mind being crazy. All right, cool.
Wait,
And-
We can hash out who gets stuff. Who gets
yeah.
With that, anchor is hoisted, sails are unfurled, and whatever the ship is called turns around and starts floating away.
Well, not a ship.
Yes,
It's
it's called Boaty McShipface.
Okay. Spanner's gonna go take a nap.
As we sail into the sunset, Thorgal
Exactly.
leads the crew in a rousing chorus of "What do you do with a drunken sailor?"
Partially in Faltesian.
Yes.
And with that, I will change screen to this. Yes, hello. That glitched out. That wasn't supposed to do that. That's good fun. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, raiders, who came
Yeah.
and helped raid the Sunken Temple
Yeah.
with us. Thank you for those of you who stayed. Thank you for those who followed. Thanks to any new people who just found us and came to hang out, if anyone new did find us. And thanks to all of our returning people, of course. We love everyone equally here, except George.
Yeah, I know.
We have, of course, been Practical Heroes. This has been sort of Immortals, but the Sunken Temple, a little one-shot that's sort of alternate universe. This is why we did Eroth 3. We just have all these alternate universe one-shots of, hey, you're now in this place instead.
Yeah.
But also sometimes things carry over. Uh, but yes, if you liked what you saw, which of course you did, please feel free to follow this channel, subscribe, do whatever you can do and are able to do. Subscribe on YouTube if you missed part of it. The VOD will hopefully be with you tomorrow if I remember to convert it. If not, it will be Monday. And if you want any of our links super easily, head to practicalheroes.com and it has all of our links super easily. It's got our Patreon if you want to be super cool. It's got all of our social media. It's got the podcast that this is all from. It's got the links to Voldonia, which is our Twitch stream when that starts back up, and that will just link you back to here. It's got
Should be starting. Valdonia should be starting back up here within the next few weeks, actually. So
Nice. And I can't remember if I set it up, so I will double check. And if it doesn't, it should also have a. I mean, I think it just has a Twitch link in general, not a specific stream link. If it does have specific stream links, I'll do a Pokemon and Chill one, which again will link you back to here. But that happens every Wednesday at 8 p.m. tea drinker time, which I think is like 2 p.m. EST. Something like that. It's either 2 or 3 p.m. EST. It says it on the announcement that I post on social media in EST. So keep an eye out on that.
yes.
And scene. Cool. Anyone else have any parting messages other than Happy New Year, guys?
No, happy
Yeah,
New
happy
Year.
New
Thanks
Year.
for tuning in,
Happiest
guys.
Yeah, man.
Sweet.
Big things to come for Practical Heroes in the new year, just in general, overall. So stay tuned.
Always stay tuned.
And shout out to my Afrosians. Thank you guys. You know who you are.
And I never got round to making like an end of stream screen, so we're just going to abruptly stop